suppose a bit of a synopsis is in order. Our hero Inko here is a human who's recently changed schools. He's in his final year of high school and he's gone to, it's called Volcandera Bluffs. He's met some new friends, including his now girlfriend Olivia, the Gator. He just received some rough news in that one of his favourite teachers has passed away, and what they've decided to do is they've basically headed back to his girlfriend's place. The family has rallied around them all to see that they're taken care of and whatnot. Very wholesome. Now we're sat on the couch playing video games with her, well, not quite stepbrother, but basically, yeah, you want me to say stepbrother. So anyways, let's jump into it. Well, not quite stepbrother, but Damien sets his game up, searching several mismatched cases for the right CD and giving the screen a good thump to get it to work properly. Grabbing a controller, he turns on the Xrox One, selecting something called Rock Ring ODHG. Is that a Halo reference? And settles deep into his groove on the couch. This one's my favourite in the series. After a minute or two of gathering a full lobby, the Dilophosaurus Spino Dino picks his class and begins his virtual rampage. Only a minute in, he manages to get the first kill. I'm just a bit burnt out for the day. Getting pretty tired, actually. Hey, Inko. Yeah? Olivia didn't come back with her wheelchair. Did something happen? Yeah, she isn't taking Ladican's passing well. Man. Well, I'm glad you were there for her. My eyes remain on the screen, lost in the vibrant violence as some in-game announcer proclaims Damien's digital massacre. On his part, Damien's frills wavered like crazy, and looked as if his arms also wanted to wave in victory. You want to talk about it? I don't want to take up your time, Damien. Oh man, we've known each other for a while. You can be honest with me. Not sure where to begin, really. Ladican was really cool. I didn't really have the right words for it. Somehow I think I'm unqualified to speak on it compared to Olivia. She knew him better than I ever did. He was important to her, yeah. We talked about it a bit before Liz picked us up, and I'm worried I'm not much help. Well, that's what we're here for, right? To help her out in any way we can. Best thing to do is be ourselves for her, and she'll eventually go through the motions her own way. Yeah, that makes a surprising amount of sense. I slowly look up from my mug over to Damien. And you make it sound so easy too. He briefly meets my gaze before returning his attention to the screen. I know I'm not the smartest guy around, but I do know Olivia. We don't share parents, but she's still my older sister. Older sister? Her birthday's first, duh. Knowing Olivia, she'll be able to manage. But how are you managing? Me, trying to sort out the maelstrom of emotions running rampant in my head is overwhelmed, I guess. I wish I'd gotten to learn more from him. Olivia could probably recite some of his lessons by heart. She probably could. I remember the first time she got to work with some special paints in his class, and she was just ecstatic. She came home a mess, covered in all the blues and greens and leaving tracks behind wherever she went. When Mom saw her carpet vandalized, she threw her right in the backyard and hosed her off. I ended up joining in because it looked fun. Eyeing the hallway leading to her room, a part of me wants to see if she's alright. That part simply wants to be closer to her again. Damien looks back again, the unspoken question clearly written across his arched brows. What about Olivia and you? Speaking of, I may have told Olivia that I liked her. About time. What? You two have stuck together like glue ever since the summer barbecue. I mean, come on now. Anyone with half a brain could say you two are becoming more than friends. All the signs were there. Although it does worry me a little. Why's that? Well, think about it. Your teacher just passed away. You're both wrecks right now. What if it's just that suspension bridge thing? I don't know, man. It only just happened. You're right. Sorry. I do like Olivia. I know that. I guess I'm a little scared of the future. How so? There's just a bunch of things I still don't get about Olivia. Or maybe friendship in general. When I first arrived at St. Hammond, I never really had any friends like you guys. So to suddenly be involved in all this, I don't know. I think I get it, yeah. Things can be a little dramatic around here. One way to put it. What's so different about your old friends? Never really had any. Well, that's not true. I had friends, but they were like day friends, you know? Classmate friends, yeah, I got a bunch. And your folks constantly moving around means they only ever lasted a year, tops. Yeah. Am I a day friend? No way, you come to our parties and everything. In fact, look. He points to the subtle discoloured patch on my jeans where Vinny's acid punch had failed to completely wash off. We got you marked. Thanks. It means more than you know. To be honest, I always had a good feeling about you. Thought you'd be a decent addition to the group. But to see Olivia actually start opening up around you 2 months ago, that was unthinkable. All those years I was trying alone, you know? Made it all worthwhile. Not to take credit or anything, I'm just really glad to see her happy again after so long. Moments of Olivia and I flashed together in my head. Good, bad, and everything in between. It all culminates in a single image of her staring up at me with that smile of hers. Me too. Hard to believe that she's been dealing with so much inside when I first met her. Well, Inko, some people just have a lot of problems they hide from the world. For example, he puts the controller down and shifts to look me in the eye. His character is instantly sniped. That hot chocolate gave me a tummy ache. I'm being serious. That was serious. It can be little things like that. Little stresses that add up. Now it doesn't bother me, but someone else? It might just about ruin them. If you're trying to get with Olivia, I'll give you a nickel's worth of advice my dad told me. If a girl you like asks you to wear your shirt at 2 AM and to bake cookies, she's an absolute keeper. That's some pretty sound advice. Just don't break her heart, yeah? Wouldn't dare to think of it. Damien offers me a fist to bump, to which I happily reciprocate. A door creaks open. Both our heads turn back at the sound. She kneels in the doorway to her room, leaning against the side railing. Damien nods to me and continues his game. The ambient gunfire and control clicking fills the silence. I take the hint and stand up, slowly approaching Olivia as she tries to shuffle down the hallway. She's completely upright in a display of pure confidence. Even her tail is upright as if to amplify her dignity. I'll have to tell her how cute that is when I'm not so drained. I wordlessly offer her a hand, and she accepts. With her on my shoulder, I walk both of us towards the living room. Towards the living room couch and plop down on it with her. Oh, here. I lean forward to grab her cocoa from the coffee table. Most of the warmth is gone by now. Guess I can go warm it up in the microwave for her. She's tugging my arm. Come on, it's cold. She starts leaning harder against me to keep me from getting up all the way. Alright, jeez. I give her the mug and she goes to start sipping instantly. I was gonna warm. My voice dies as I feel her settle against my legs with a relaxed hum. The body relaxes more and I'm allowed to sit up enough for her to settle in by my shoulder. She's warm. The two of us watch Damien's game continue. Olivia continues sipping down her drink, letting one hand free from her mug. Her hand finds its way to mine and our fingers curl around each other's. Damien plays a few more games. I don't really keep track of how well he does. He finishes one last match and yawns, stretching back over the couch. Alright, that's probably enough for me. I'm gonna get going. Give you two some space. Okay? Damien gets up from the couch and slides his controller near the cabinet where it lied before. On his way out, he stops to look me right into the eyes. Hey, keep things chill, man. Don't do anything stupid, alright? Yeah. He nods and heads off to the depths of the house. And just like that, it's quiet once more. Is she asleep? Hey. I don't think you've seen my room before, have you? Not at all. Would you want to see? I'd love to. I watch her blush. Am I getting too good at this? Okay, just walk me there. Similar to before, I help Olivia off the couch and we shuffle our way towards her room. It's not even that late and I'm already yawning. Alright, let me just hide my screen for a second because I am following a guide to get ending 4. I finished this game off stream and I got ending 3 without any guide or anything like that. So this time around I wanted to intentionally go for ending 4, which is the better ending. So it's ending 1 is terrible, ending 2 is not great, ending 3 is a little bit better, ending 4 is the happy end that I would like to achieve. Oh, actually, I think I've reached the end of all the points. I think I'm on the final home stretch, which means whatever ending I get has already been determined by all the points that we've got. If that's the case, then no point we're looking back at that. Fingers, toes, and other appendages crossed that we get the 4th ending this time. Because while I know what it is, I'd like to see it. Excuse me. I'm not sure what I was expecting Olivia's room to look like, but I'm surprised. It's the air that hits me first. A strange mix of heavy fake floral candle trying its best to cover the almost nostalgic scent of art supplies. Band posters and paintings of dinosaurs cover a lot of her wall space, like the room has her own personal canvas. Her desk sat beneath the window. Again, what space that wasn't covered by the faded-looking paper was instead covered in dried-up paints. Right next to that, a dresser holding up a decades-old television and retro gaming consoles. All in all, it reminds me of the rooms they'd show in older high school movies. So where do you want? Just on the floor is fine. I gently lower Olivia to the floor, letting myself sit cross-legged next to her in the process. So, what do you think? I think it suits you. Figured you wouldn't have any chairs. I got this really soft rug and a beanbag chair over there. She gestures to the beat-up lump in the corner near a large lamp. Olivia pulls something off her bed. It's a laptop open to a music program. But I don't recognize any of these songs, or bands, or albums. That's a pretty big track list. What music do you listen to? I'm sort of a closeted metalhead. Whenever I'm alone, I put some on at full blast while I do chores or art. Generator Head, Super Death, Iron Tomb, you name it. What do you listen to? Please let us get in. Don't lock us away. Mumble rap. I listen to mumble rap. Well, to each their own. I love how the laptop just floats. If that scratches your brain, then... Anyway, my dad was super into heavy metal when I was a kid, and he got me into it. When Damon and I would be playing out in the yard and his mum would be making lunch, our dads would be in the garage, blasting heavy metal while they worked in the car. Working on cars? Yep. My dad and Uncle Randy would Randy would fix up some cars. She clears her throat. Oh, I think it's the first time I've heard you call him Uncle Randy. Yeah, I call him that sometimes, along with Auntie Sophia. You call him Auntie Sophia? Your right hand comes off? What are you? Olivia lunges over to chomp at my hand and I have to take a moment to check my fingers just in case. Hey, I was joking. So was I. But yeah, I listened to a lot of this. You want to hear any? She offers me the trackpad. Anything I see, huh? Say, what kind of music is B flat? Music is a bit lame, actually. I'm guessing that's like a pop song that's potentially mixed in with all the metal that she might be a bit embarrassed about. That's my theory anyways. Probably something about romance and love and all of that. Wait here. There's actually something else. Something else? Something nobody else gets to see. I'm going to show you my chest. Whoa, boy. Whoa. Calm down. Here it is. Look. Olivia holds out a small wooden box. There are 2 rusted metal latches that have long since aged past their use. Can't see it quite well in the dim lighting, but I think if I were to hold it up in the sunlight I'd see a thin layer of glitter glue coating the whole thing. It's also been painted carefully, with very thoughtful attention to tones. What could even be inside? Honestly, no guesses come to mind. It could be anything. What are you waiting for? Open it. I carefully open the lid. Inside is Olivia's chest. The box filled with various baubles and trinkets. We know what he was looking at first off. What is all this? It's like my own little hoard. I've been saving up lots of little things through the years. Nobody else has seen it. She holds out the box for me to take. It's heavier than it looks. This must be some high quality material. With the box in hand, I sit at the end of the bed. Olivia manages to crawl her way up to sit beside me. She reaches inside to grab. I don't think the order matters, so we'll just go left to right. Oh hey! Oh, some of these look really cool. Of course they do, I picked all these out myself. Where'd you get these? I pick up one whenever I see them. They're a dime a dozen. Oh, this used to be Uncle Randy's. Does the engraving mean anything? She shakes her head with a soft smile. Oh, not really. He said it's harder to steal and hide stuff that looks unique. Really, I think he thought it looked cool and not tacky. Well, I think it looks cool. You would. What are these? Just a couple of cool rocks I found around. I liked how they looked, so I kept them. I grab one of the rocks to give it a closer look. It's grey with thin brown lines all around it and smooth to the touch. It'd be a perfect skipping stone. That one's my favourite. Tastes like salt. How do you know that? I tasted it. Seems kind of sensible. We'll leave the paintbrush for last. It's a picture of Olivia's chest. I mean, of Olivia at the shore. That was from last summer. Dad had a weekend off and we all went swimming together at the beach. The sun was just setting and decided to take a picture since it was a nice view. Plus, pretty. Maybe, we could go together sometime. Maybe, yeah. She places the photo back in the box. What's that? That's my first tooth. Wow, never seen baby dino teeth up close before. It's so tiny and sharp. What's that one? That's my 58th tooth. Your teeth grow back? Yours don't? Humans. Oh, I love this little guy. What's that? Let me show you. Olivia rummages through the box and plucks out a tiny hexagon piece. She then places the plastic ball onto it, and right before my eyes it transforms into this little robotic-looking dinosaur. Oh. This is Gabukan. Dinoid. Dinoid to be exact. I was hooked on the show when I was younger, and always asking to get the toys for my birthday and Christmas. Vinny's got the rest of my old collection. This one was always my favourite, so I kept it here. Paintbrush? A very important paintbrush. Olivia's lips turn upward slowly as each bristle of the brush flicks away from her thumb. Though she averts her eyes away from mine, I can see the green of her scaly cheeks turn red. Sorry, just got sentimental for a moment. This was the first brush I ever had. Dad gave it to me on my 5th birthday. The tone falters slightly. Dad always asked me to make him little drawings. And every time I finished one and gave it to him, he'd tell me it looked amazing. Barely even draw a circle back then, but he'd still gush over them and... She shakes her head. I think he put them in some scrapbook. I don't know, but he'd kept them all. Olivia looks back to me, her embarrassment turning to bashfulness. Thanks. Minutes go by as Olivia continues showing off her personal little hoard. All tiny objects that Olivia's chosen to keep with her this whole time, eagerly explaining the significance of each little piece of her she's got locked away in here. By the time we're done, she's resting her muzzle on my shoulder. It's been a crazy long day. I'm pretty exhausted myself. Can you put this back on the dresser there? Sure. I gently move her off my shoulder, much to her muffled groan of protest, and I carefully place the box back where it was in the dresser. A small friend pokes his nose curiously through the bars of his cage. Hey little guy, long time no see. Were you napping? The black and white mirrored replies with a series of squeaks. I like to think he's saying he's glad to see me. Hey Olivia? Aw, I'm pretty exhausted too. Bed's definitely off limits. It leaves either the floor or the couch outside. Or that beanbag chair looks pretty inviting right now. I slump into it, the beads inside scrunching under my weight as I settle in. It's soft. It smells a bit like paint and Olivia's hair. Does Olivia lay on this while she works? As I start to drift off, the last thing my weary eyes take note of is Olivia sleeping soundly on the bed. With how emotionally draining this whole day has been for us, it's nice to see her looking so peaceful. I begin to stir from my deep, cushiony slumber. It feels like there's something heavy across my stomach, stopping any ability to move. Did someone throw a weighted blanket on me? Actually, it feels like whatever's on me is vibrating. What is it? Olivia? She's on me. My entire head grows hot as my brain tries to process the situation. She's... Chest pressing close to mine, I can feel her rhythmic breathing against my body. It's deep, slow, and with a subtle but noticeable rumble with each exhale. If I focused hard enough, I could probably feel her heartbeat. Maybe she sleep crawled onto the beanbag and didn't realize that I was on it. I should probably wake her up so that she can get back to her bed. Anytime I try to move, her limbs cling tighter around my body like a boa constrictor. With all but Olivia's tail wrapped around me, the attempt of escaping her hold is fruitless. Olivia looks even more peaceful than she did on the bed. Maybe she does know that I'm here. I'll leave her be. Last thing I want to do is make her a cranky gator. With my free hand, I manage to grab my phone. Checking the time, the digital clock says that it's only 5 minutes past 4:30. Plenty of time to continue my nap. I nestle my head back into the beanbag and let the feeling Olivia's rumbling lull me back to sleep. This feels nice. My morning alarm lulls me from my sleep and into the world of the living. I ended up spending the night at Olivia's place. Randy and Sophia thought my parents would actually be worried that I stayed with strangers for the night. When my folks hadn't answered their phones, Sophia was left fuming. Randy didn't look as bothered though, and the two calmed down after I made something up about a business trip. Honestly, I'm probably right anyway. On the upside, I got to spend the night with Olivia. Last night we even turned the living room into some kind of blanket and pillow fort. It felt childish to huddle up on the floor with Olivia and watch her play old computer games on the outdated TV, but I had more fun than I'd like to admit. Now that Fridays rolled around, it was time for school. Olivia's wheelchair's out of the commission until Randy could go to replacement, meaning she'd have to miss out today. Given the state of both her emotions and wheelchair, it pained me to have to go without her and leave her all alone. Honestly, I don't want to be in my cold and empty house either. Miss Sophia is one hell of a cook. Last night she made a delicious meatloaf. Guess I know now who Olivia got her culinary skills from. What? No sunglasses? What? I rise from the couch, pulling the spare blanket off me. The pains let me sleep on the couch, but at some point Olivia must have dragged herself from her room to join me. As I try my best to get up without waking her, I pull out my phone to check the time. It's about the same time I normally wake up. I'm kind of impressed with my own internal clock. You awake, son? Look at that face. I jump as Randy makes his presence known behind me. His hands idly button up a floral shirt as he motions ahead towards the unconscious Gator lying on the couch. Guessing he has the early shift. I wonder if he sells propane and propane-related accessories, like a certain... Well, let's not go any further there. She wasn't there when I went to sleep. Don't worry, not accusing you. Damien's already up in the kitchen's got cereal. And don't be late for school. There we go. I nod in response, taking a few moments to put my jacket and glasses on before heading to the kitchen. Even if I didn't remember where it was, it wouldn't be hard to find. Damien's busy slurping honeyed oats like a jet engine. Oh, Inko, you hungry? Before I even reply, the Dilophosaurus jumps out of his chair and makes for a nearby cabinet, procuring another bowl and spoon, which he slides across the table. Thanks? Most important meal of the day, man. Eat up. I remember reading somewhere that was just a marketing ploy and breakfast is actually not the most important meal of the day. There's no harm in skipping it. But, I mean, there are a couple of things that are like that. The whole, you have to use fertilizer in your garden. Marketing ploy, you can use clovers and just plant those and it's just as good. 10,000 steps a day for health. Again, marketing ploy. Moderate exercise is okay. Short bouts of high intensity exercise is better, apparently, so. Everything we hold true is a lie, in other words. He gestures to the half-gallon of milk and box of cereal on the table. I take a seat across from Damien and pour myself a bowl. Normally I'd skip breakfast on account of getting an upset stomach during PE. Then again, that could be my PTSD with the burritos talking. With spoon in hand, I get a scoop of cereal and begin eating. You know, as far as cereals go, it's a little bland. If I had to guess, they probably avoid any of the colourful, sugar-filled cereals to prevent Vinny from bouncing off the walls. More than he usually does, at least. I continue enjoying my bowl of cereal with less ferocious haste than Damien. It's not long before we're both done, and Damien stands up without any intent on cleaning up after himself. Liz should be getting here any minute now, so we can wait outside. Sounds good. I take the time to rinse off our dishware in the sink before anything else. Good man. Damien looks a little guilty as he realises what I'm doing. Finally, with breakfast dealt with, we get ready to head outside into the cold, harsh world. I just noticed a little dinosaur robot toy down there. As I grab my backpack on the couch, I take one more glance at my slumbering girlfriend. She's taken up the entirety of the couch now, the blanket we shared falling away as she spreads out into the spot I was just at. Should I give her a kiss goodbye? Or maybe fix a blanket for her? Ooh. What would be the best choice? I don't think that the points matter at this stage. I think the ending's already set. I guess the correct option here is whatever we go with your heart, basically. We're not doing that, so it's either one of these two. I think kiss in the cheek's fine. Let's tuck her in. Her brow scrunches up and I can see the goosebumps spreading on her arms. Kneeling down, I take the edge of the blanket and bring it back over her. As I turn away from her, something catches my wrist. It's Olivia's hand. With bleary eyes full of sleep, she looks at me, silently asking me to stay. Oh. Liz is here. His words make Olivia tighten her grip. Painfully tight. Ow, hey, I'll be back tonight, okay? She's fighting to stay awake with eyes fluttering and hand grip waning. Olivia. Promise. My hands adjust the blanket again. Promise. I think she accepts that as she lets herself slump back onto the couch. Inko. Sorry, I had to do something. Damien huddles himself and charges into the cold, right into Liz's car. She flings the passenger door open just in time for him to leap in and close it again. I get one last look at Olivia before I shut the door and hurry down as well. Oh man, the car is nice and warm. Morning, Inko. You really stayed the whole night? Liz starts down the road towards the school. I still don't get how she doesn't suffocate because her neck wrapped around that little bar so many times. It's restricting airflow. She's got to be slowly suffocating as she drives, which is probably not a very safe way to do it, but... Oh. Morning. Yeah, I didn't want to be alone in the snow. Is that why you smell like Damon's deodorant? His clothes are looking pretty ragged by now too. Shut up. I'll have to get a shower and a fresh change of clothes as soon as possible. Damien and Liz keep the conversation moving and my mind starts to wander. Man, poor Olivia. Who knows when a replacement chair is coming in? Could be anywhere from a few days to weeks. She's just going to be stuck at home that whole time while I still need to go to school. It won't be the same. We won't get to be together in the art room after school. All alone, just talking, making fun of my bad paintings. Just us. Man, wait till Latican finds out where... Well, I guess he knows by now then. Man, it really won't be the same. Yo, Inko, you good? Seem pretty down all of a sudden. I'll be fine. I appreciate you guys, really. This has been the best school year of my life so far. So thanks for being my friends. Hey, you're cool too. What brought this on? Damien. Oh. This last school year's been pretty special. Hanging out with you guys, so much has changed in such a short amount of time. Even if things are shaky right now, it's really been worth it. I have hopes for what comes next. Me too, Liz. Silence falls over the car as Liz takes off. Damien's hand is only occasionally swatted away from the radio knob as we all sit in companionable silence. It's nice taking a different scenic route to school. Snow dinosaurs there. That's cute. Let me just save real quick. Oops. So I don't lose my progress. I feel like we're near the end. In terms of the major plot points, there's the school prom, and there's the end of the game. So we're near there. Got a few things to go through. At school, the atmosphere is undeniably different. It's as talkative and rowdy as ever, but there's less of it. I don't know, maybe it's just my mind playing with me. There's less colour as well, like it's been drained just a bit. The layer of snow blanketing everything outside is partially to blame. I was looking forward to making a snowman this year. Maybe I'll be feeling it later. Solly was as stern as ever in his class. Whether it's just that he doesn't care or his own form of respect is beyond me. That his hat was on just a little tighter than normal today. Man, too many feelings today. Moping isn't going to get me anywhere. I'm halfway to second period when the question of Latican's replacement strikes me. Will we just be getting a few days off? There's no way they can just find a new teacher on such short a notice. Class is probably going to be on hold for a while. His name is still on the door plate when I enter. Inside, many of the students chatter with each other normally. Some nervously glance up to the teacher's desk. I take my normal seat by the vacant desk Olivia would normally be stationed. Period's going to suck without her. Looks like all I got to look forward to today is lunch with Damien and Liz. The whole day is just going to drag on. I want to go back to Olivia. And an unfamiliar woman in a suit walks in, a clipboard in hand. She nods at us. She nods at all us, and starts reading mechanically from some script. The substitute tries her best, but there's only so much you can get done on your first day on such short notice and with just some papers to read out. Her tone doesn't help, drawn out and empty, and I feel myself losing focus. I look down at my half-taken notes. Shoot, Olivia would probably kill me if she knew. What? The substitute looks at the class phone in frustration as she walks over to answer its call. They both mumble back and forth for a few seconds before. We got an Inca Cog Cheeto in this class? I raise my hand. The substitute thumbs towards the door. Office called. You're wanted. How many stars? Weird. What would the office want with me? My footsteps echo onto the hard, cool tile on the way to the principal's office. I heard once that they made the halls to the faculty offices longer on purpose to scare you. Although that may just be from an old comic strip. The effect was there, however, as each of my reverberating steps sent a spike of unease through my core. When I finally stood before the principal's office, the feeling of unease peaked. Slowly I opened the door and inched myself inside. The principal was sitting behind her disorganized desk, blanketed with numerous sheets. It looks pretty empty to me. Between me and her, Mia and Ben looking back at me from their own chairs. You wanted to see me, Principal Scaler? Yes, Mr. Nito. There's some matters we need to discuss. She motions to the third chair in front of her. I take a seat as instructed next to Ben, who's more or less acting as a personal barrier between me and Mia. Mr. McKnight has informed me that there was an incident between you and Miss Moretti earlier this month. One in which school property was severely damaged. Yeah, that was near the start of the month, so why now? I look at Ben and Mia. I'm sorry, there were more pertinent issues at the time, Inko. I had to keep pushing this back to handle things like the audit paperwork, and an excessively heavy breath leaves Miss Scaler's mouth. You should have given me the report for this as soon as it happened. Miss Scaler looks at Ben as he frowns. This needs to be resolved by the end of today, Benjamin. Her tired eyes turn my way. Please, so that we can finish this as soon as possible. While she spoke, my focus was on Mia, and the smile that crept across her face. I gotta admit, I liked her character when I first saw her, but then as time's gone on, I have come to not like her very much at all. From what Miss Moretti has told me, it was you who instigated it in the first place. Care to explain? What? Principal Scaler, Mia was the one who... We're aware that she caused the damage, Mr. Nito. Oh. The older woman leans forward with pen and paper in hand. What we need to know is how this incident happened in the first place. I think we should hear Mia's side of the story first. I love that face. Oh, you son of a... Since she was the one to inadvertently cause the damage after all. The red-scaled girl nods, holding out her hands as she begins. Miss Scaler, I was just trying to talk with Olivia that day, when out of nowhere Inko shows up and starts getting on my case. I was trying to tell him that me and Olivia were just working on a project when... He just whips out his camera and blinds me with it. What? Didn't she slap herself in the face with a tail-mounted glitter bomb? And because I couldn't see, I kept running into things, even knocking things over. I didn't mean to do that, Miss Scaler. I know I have a temper, and trust me, Ben's been helping me work on it. But you can't blame me for going around like a headless chicken. She can't be serious. I look to the principal and see that she's just listening to her lie right through her teeth. And this ain't even the first time he's done this. I tried talking to Olivia back in September, and he pulled her away. I swear he's been out for me ever since the first day of school. Principal Scaler, that. Shh! My jaw slams shut bitterly as the principal denies me the chance to defend myself. Her eyes turn downward to a particular stack of papers atop her desk, carefully scanning one page and flipping to the next. The silence of the room is unnerving as she flips through page after page, finally breaking the quiet by clearing her throat. Just had to take a quick drink because my throat is dry and giving out on me. Now, Mr. Nito, you can give me your side of the incident. I recount the events as Olivia and I had done with Latican, including the part where he saved us with a stun baton. From the moment Mia took Olivia away to find them in the classroom, to when she slapped herself in the face with a glitter-covered poster. Leaving out the nature of the blackmail, of course. Getting everything out in the open is relieving, and I'm able to remain calm and collected the whole way through. While I spoke, Mia leered at me with eyes promising a vicious death. Ben, on the other hand, is looking increasingly uneasy that I'm not playing along. He's not glancing my way, but his eyebrows furrow in a way it's clear he's silently begging for me to help him out there. Mia focuses her vengeful stare at him as if to say, "What are you doing?" Inko, I'd like to remind you it's your word against hers. There's no proof anything you're saying is true. Did she ask for evidence, or did she ask my side of the story? Take that, you prick. True, but Mia's never hurt. Ben, I'm not interested in these mind games. She's been targeting Olivia and I all year. You want to defend Mia, I get that. Why does that involve throwing Olivia and I under the bus? Still here, dickwad. Mia. Scalar manages to shut her down with an authoritative glare. I don't even care why you're trying to screw me over, but is there even a reason? What the hell are you even doing here, glasses? You think you're letting this schmuck walk all over you? I'm waiting. Wait, they both have glasses. Who was who? It's complicated, okay? Is it? If you haven't figured it out, can you leave Olivia and I out of it then? No. Okay, fine. You want to find something to blame? Someone to take responsibility away from Mia? I know your guy. The guy responsible for everything. Ben raises an eyebrow. Well, yeah, yes, that would be ideal. You. None of this wouldn't have happened if you hadn't hurt Olivia in the first place. What's... He knows what I'm talking about. And here you are, 4 years later, still up to the same tricks. Olivia's stuck at home, her wheelchair is busted and she's heartbroken. Oh my, I didn't know, is she alright? And you're just bringing up this interpersonal drama. Please, have some self-awareness. I have more important things to be worrying about, clearly. I don't care to be a part of whatever house of cards you have set up here. Damn it, Ben sucks in a sharp breath through his teeth, sagging heavily as he lets that air escape in a long sigh. Sorry, Mia. The plan's a bust. The fuck? How? I can't do it, not like this. There's other things I can do for you, just not at anyone's expense. The plan, Mr. McKnight? You mean to tell me that Mr. Nito's right? You string bean, you know the stakes here. She has lots more than me to lose. All I gotta do is tell the teacher what Olivia did. Shit, she wouldn't. She would. Just one thing after another. You know we're talking about the damaged property. I'm telling you, it's all at the bottom of this. I'm not taking the hit. I'm innocent. If I gotta squeal to prove it, oh well. No! Scalar throws her hands up in frustration. She's resigned to just being along for the ride, reaching for her lunch bag. Ben, I have to. I said no, there's other ways. Not good enough. This needs to come out. Me, you do that and I dig out some of the skeletons in your closet. Ben covers his mouth. The fuck you just say to me? You heard me. Mia stares Ben down like she's about to slash his guts open. He's trembling, but he doesn't relent, and those two are a couple. Oh, you'll regret that. You'll fucking regret that, Mr. McKnight. I ain't doing this shit. Have fun trying to bang Inko's girl or whatever. She turns around and stomps out of the room, completely ignoring all three of us. Another bout of silence overtakes the room. Scalar, Ben, and I look at each other. Well, that was eventful. Between Latican's report, Inco's account, and whatever that was, I think I have enough to work with. But we didn't finish. Come on, Benjamin. Don't you have some soul-searching to do? He stares at her, bewildered. Seriously, Ben, please try to figure this out. Go back to class, the both of you. He still doesn't move. I opt to take the first steps towards the door, glancing back and motioning for him to do the same. Eventually, he follows me out of the office. Once we're out, I think to thank Ben. But why? He's the one who accused me and dragged me here to begin with. He just fixed his own messes. Ben runs his hands through his hair. Oh shit. I'm in trouble. You alright? I don't know. Look, I'm sorry about all that. Everything's just been so complex. I feel like I'm losing it. I'm always juggling so many things, and so many people have different rules. I can't let it start to get to me. I just gotta keep it up, right? What's it? Good question. I can't say. Sorry. I'll be fine. You should go. With a nod, I start heading back to class. Wait. Oh, for the love of... Will you make up your mind? I turn back, catching Ben's flinch. Is Olivia gonna be alright? I'm going to visit her after school. I told her I like her, and she told me that she likes me. Oh, congrats. Thanks. Then, when you see her, could you tell Olivia... Tell her I'm sorry? About then? I didn't mean for it to hurt her. His fingers are clasped together in supplication, and while he looks sincere, I think you should tell her yourself. Once you see her again. You're right. I will. I give him a thumbs up and continue to lunch. Now it's about lunchtime, meaning I can hang out with Damien and Liz. Definitely needed after all this. After school, I took the metro back home to shower and put on some new clothes. As it turns out, my parents really were on a business trip for the weekend, as indicated by a sticky note on the fridge. Alright. That scene in the principal's office is a little bit different to what I remember last time, so I think we're on track. We're definitely on track for a different ending. We're not getting ending 3 as far as I remember, which means we're either getting the worst endings or the best ending. So this is going to be either a good thing or a bad thing. Cool, let's crack on. Randy opens the front door to let me in. Well, there you are. Damien mentioned you'd be coming over later. Hey, Randy. Say, Inco, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind shoveling the snow off of the driveway when you can. Would really appreciate it, and I'll even pay you a couple of bucks for it. No need for payment, sir. As thanks for letting me come unasked again. Thank you a bunch, really. As Randy leaves, I collapse onto the couch and let my head rest against the comforter. That whole thing with Ben and Mia really took a lot out of me. The weight of my heavy thoughts dragged my head sideways until I can see Olivia's bedroom door. My eyes linger there as I consider getting up to see her or just giving her some time to come out. She has to know I'm here, right? She probably does. She also probably doesn't want to do her silly knee walk thing again. I wonder how mad she'd be if I caught her on camera. I presence then cuts off my view before sitting right next to me. Hey, you alright, Inky? You were kind of out of it at lunch. For a moment I considered telling Damien about what happened. But honestly, the last thing I want to do is bring this sort of drama into what I would consider my safe haven. Yeah, I'm alright, Damien. Just had a rough time at school and I'm hoping to take my mind off of it. Ah. It's pretty understandable. I mean, what with everything that's been going on and all. If you only knew. In an attempt to comfort me, Damien pats my shoulder. Tell you what. I'll finish up my homework and then we can chill over a game of Rock Ring or something. That sound good? Yeah, that sounds good. Sweet. Alone again. My stomach is a flutter with butterflies as I get up from the couch. Olivia's room is just a couple of steps away. And each one stirs the butterflies even more. Once I reach it, I feel like I'm in the shadow of a colossal monolith. Come on, Inko, you just gotta knock. No, just lift up. Stop shaking. I'm awake, Uncle Randy. It's me, Olivia. I hear a quiet shuffling before Olivia speaks up, more loudly this time. Inko? Yeah, are you... okay? Decent? Give me a brain. Can I come in? Yeah, just watch your step. Watch my step? My hand is still shaking as it makes contact with the knob. With a deep, calming breath, the butterflies finally start slowing down and I'm able to push the door open. And see blackness. Olivia? The room is extremely dark. The only source of light is coming in from the entryway. I have to take my sunglasses off in an attempt to see through the darkness better. Olivia? What the heck happened in here? Why is it so dark? Olivia? No response. Olivia? Gotcha! Ah! My leg! Hi. Her clawed fingers grip onto my ankle tightly and it takes all of my coordination to stay standing. Olivia, what are you doing? Let go! What are the lights doing out? How's it so dark? Reasons? I'm turning them on. Oh boy. I flip the switch. Olivia's laptop lies shut on her bed, along with a drawing pad. Someone's been sketching by the light of a digital screen. It looks normal enough. How is it dark that... Olivia? Yes? Why is your window painted over with black paint? The light coming in offended my blackened heart and my window became a canvas into the new darkness in my life. Yeah, it's dumb, I know. Olivia, are you alright? Ugh. Olivia crawls back into her bed and flumps on it, continuing her deep sigh the whole way through. Hey. Yeah, this morning after you left, I got the idea for it. Whole speech and everything. Something stupid about my old sketches. It was a moment of passion. A while later, I realized how silly it was, but the paint had already dried. At least the atmosphere is good, right? She sighs again into her mattress. Yeah, this is embarrassing. Look at the covered window. I don't see why you'd be embarrassed. Padding over to her bed, I take the vacant spot right next to her. Shut up. Even as she says that, Olivia rolls herself closer to me. And very in character for you. Quit it. Her hands bat at me, though with no strength or animosity behind her blows, I'm able to simply slap back her hands as I catch one. Hey! Her fingers curl around my hand. It's very you. Her cheeks puff out in an adorable pout that I can't help but smile at. I like that. Alright. You're lucky that I like you or else I'd chomp your leg off. She growls at my smile, clearly annoyed by her own lack of intimidation. I guess I got used to it, built up a tolerance for it, so now I can see how Olivia really is. You like me and you'd still do that. The bluff called, Olivia buries her face against my thigh and growls louder. But her fingers still cling tightly to my hand. Her head tilts just enough that she can peer at me with a solitary silver eye. And while her maw is muffled against my leg, I still clearly hear her say, "Missed you." My free hand comes around and gently combs through her hair. One of the things I really marvelled over is just how soft her hair looks. It genuinely feels, as I come to find as my fingers run over the glossy green locks. Just been in here all day? Olivia nods her head, nudging her scalp more against my hand. I see your setup there. Yeah. She hefts herself upright again. I've been drafting that painting all day. It's starting to come along. The laptop was just for light and music. She passes me the oversized pad. True to her word, the sketches are looking more and more refined. Each one gets closer to the one that she's going for. Once it's done, I was thinking, I could ask for it to be shown at the eulogy. Oh? Yeah. Think they'll let me? They better with all this effort you're putting in. Yeah. Want to hear something weird? I've had a long day. Hit me. This painting, I think it's special. When I woke up this morning, I felt lost. Lost enough to block out the light in my room. And I just remembered our promise, and I got to work. It still hurts. When I'm working on it, it's like it hurts less. Like it's what I should be doing. Like I'm doing it right. That's not weird at all. I agree with that. It's a weird little thing, but if you're involved in anything artistic, be that painting, sketching, drawing, writing, music, anything in between, when you're in a bad place mentally or emotionally, or when you suffer heartache of some kind, it's usually very therapeutic to jump into your art. Maybe what you produce is amazing, maybe it's terrible, but just doing it takes some of the pain away. Really? Come on now. Alright, it's super weird. I think less of you now. But really. She bites her lower lip, thinking about something. It is missing something. She gestures to the page that I'm on, the most recent sketch. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's vague, there's no detail. At the fountain I tried, I really did. But I can only remember so much, and... Inko? Hey, absolutely. I'll take the best dang pictures you'll ever see. Thank you. First though, how about I let the sunlight back in here, alright? Ugh. Yeah. That's probably for the best. How do I go about doing that? I move the washcloth across the window pane, slowly but surely scrubbing away the dried up paint in chunks. Good thing Olivia keeps spare bottles of paint thinner on hand. Or at least Miss Payne's Olivia keeps spare bottles ever since an incident involving a much younger and much more rebellious Baronix smearing paint all over the walls. As I continue scratching some of the errant flakes of paint off with my fingernail, my ears pick up the sound of a digital camera going off. In my peripheral, I see Olivia holding her phone towards me. Taking a picture and I'm not looking my best? For shame, Olivia. Oh, hush, you look fine. What's so special to take a picture of for? Nothing. Just using you to mess with unstable human women by posting my catch on their forums. Oh, damn. Just using you to mess with unstable human women by posting my catch. Oh, damn. Oh, that's neat. What? Most of the paint is gone anyway. I toss the rag aside and scramble to take a seat beside Olivia. She cackles to herself as a new post with the photo shows up. I've never heard of this place before, but it does look like a forum specifically for women. That is to say, non-dinosaur. Isn't this that lizard lounge site Liz doesn't like? No, this is a rival site for only human women. Always messing with each other. Oh, it's... I'm getting vibes of like 4chan versus Tumblr or something. Or it's probably going to be 4chan versus Reddit actually, in this context. Olivia's post features that picture she'd just taken, appended with the text, "Mine now, skinny whores. Your days are numbered." There's a reply calling her a dirty trigger. Olivia, I really don't appreciate being used for this sort of thing. Nah, don't worry about it. It's cool. Yeah, see, they just IP banned me. You got banned just for that? Nah, I can get around that super easy. And then I get to do it all over again. Yet tears sustain me. Oof. Okay, that's enough internet. That's it. I'm taking you outside. I shake Olivia's leg to get her moving. Come on, you've been stuck in here all day. Come to the world of the living. Though I insisted to Olivia that I didn't mind carrying her, she opts to shamble her way towards the couch on her own. She reaches the couch, she pulls herself right into the cushions long ways. She sprawls out and exhales. Well, we're out here. Now what? You dragged me out here, you tell me. I didn't think that far ahead. You're insufferable. There's some of Damien and Vinny's games by the TV. There's some classic co-op games in there if you want to try one out. You sure? I don't really play games much. Yeah, it'll be fun. Sort of like repayment. You carry me to the couch, now I carry you to victory. Arr. I stand before Damien's chosen collection of entertainment. There's definitely some plain DVDs mixed in here. I pick one of the more worn-out looking cases and show it over my shoulder to Olivia. She gives an approving grunt, so it seems like I picked well. The disc slides into the console and I start setting up the TV. Is it not working? You gotta smack the left side. Vinny left some magnetic toy near the screen once. Smack. The TV comes to life, its flickering screen displaying the console menu. I pick up two of the controllers on the floor and... What are you doing? What? Oh, I'm used to playing like this. She rubs her hand on the cushion next to her, inviting me to sit normally. So what's cool about this game is... Hey. What's cool is the co-op campaign has its own story. Maybe just play through that because there's no way I'm letting you near the online scene yet. And with a few quick button prompts, the game starts. She contemplates skipping the cheesy introductory cutscene she's seen dozens of times by now, but lets it play out for my sake. When the game starts proper, I'm faced with a very specific problem. I am not good at video games. I'm good at watching them and listening to people dissect them, but I do not play them. Okay, just follow my lead and shoot anything that looks like it's moving. Right, how? Olivia's already getting ahead in the game. I try to follow, but now my screen is pointed at the floor. Huh? Did I do something wrong? Maybe the other stick, and now I'm moving but still looking at the floor. Hey, start shooting already. Okay. I try one of the tricky looking things on the back of the controller. Some arm manifests on my side of the screen and throws something at the floor I'm looking at. Then there's a splash of bright orange and... I died? I look down to Olivia and she's looking at me with the utmost horror. What? There's no way you are this bad. Told you I never play video games. Fine, fine. We'll do the tutorial and then start. Damn. You gotta be... I mean, ugh. I probably shouldn't say this because I keep... That seems like our boy Inko tossed a grenade and unlived himself in game, and I was about to say you got to be pretty bad to do that, but then I realized I was playing Half-Life 1 the other day and I managed to do more damage to myself with grenades than I did to the enemy. I got more in common with Inko than I think. Oh well. With a few presses on her controller, we're back to the menu, and then into some blank space area on screen. From here, boxes on the screen along with some AI voice read out the instructions for everything. I digested them slowly, having to double check the buttons on the controller as it went. But after it was finished, I felt somewhat confident I wouldn't throw a grenade at my feet. Hopefully. We went back into the co-op campaign when Olivia felt confident I wouldn't ruin the run. And so we sat, just running through digital hallways of some military base, enjoying simulated violence on screen. Just for a while, Olivia has no problems. After another few matches, Damien hops into the recliner. Hey, you guys didn't tell me you're starting a Friday gaming sesh. You kicking her ass yet, Inko? Nope, it's my first time playing. Oh, really? It's the co-op campaign. You'll get to it. I'm rooting for you. Yeah, dude, you're being an excellent diversion while I gun them down. Someone's home. I get up and answer the door. There are two incredibly bundled figures caked in snow. Oh great, Mormons. Hardy har. Oh, it's Sophia bringing Vinny back from school. While the small boy looked up, unfazed by the cold, Sophia was shivering uncontrollably even with the extra layers of protection. Damien rushes to get some blankets for the two. Hello, Mrs. Payne. Hi, Vinny. Inko, what a surprise. Hiya, Inky. When Sophia sees Olivia, she puts on her biggest smile. And Olivia, so good to see you spending time out of your room. Thanks, Auntie. Whoa, you guys started a game night? Inko, you better sense us yet? What's with you guys and wanting me to beat her so bad? It's funny. Nah, he hasn't. He's just getting the hang of it though, so you never know, yeah? Hear that, Liv? He's coming for you. Yeah, sure. When he ties both my arms behind my back. Actually, no, I'd still win. Ooh, you know the rules. You gotta put up or shut up. She won. Wait, did they actually tie her hands behind her back and just still beat him? Leaves a certain sting I don't think will ever heal. The uniform yet thoroughly disappointed grimaces on Damien and Vinny's faces tell me they wouldn't let it heal either. There's a knock at the door. Vinny jumps to get it. Hi, Dad. The figure stumbles in through the blizzard and removes his heavy jacket. Geez, this weather. Hey all. Inko, didn't expect you to still be here. Good evening, Randy. Randy tosses down the bag of salts on his shoulder to the living room floor with a loud thud. Playing games together, I see. I hope that means you got all your homework all squared away. Yeah, it's taken care of. Vinny threw his in the garbage disposal, though. I didn't. See, he's denying it. Hey, War Club, huh? So. Nope, he hasn't. It's embarrassing. First time, then. Even if it weren't, he's just that bad. Fine, you guys want to try? No way, this is something else. I'm watching this to the end. Vinny nods in respectable agreement. Well, I'll join you kids, but it's my turn to figure out dinner tonight. I need something warm after everyone's been out in that frigid cold all day. Your mother's nearly frozen solid. Something warm does sound good right about now. I just remembered. Hold on, I think I've got something. Aha! I hold out the coupons I was compensated with from the art contest. Two large two-topping pizzas for $13. I'm unsure if Damien or Vinny's face lights up more at the mention of pizza, but Randy outshines both by the insane price drop. Even Olivia's heartbeat slightly intensifies. Holy moly, that real? I pass it over to him. I've been saving it for a while. Seems like it's a pretty good time. Well, alright, let's make it a pizza party then. Randy takes a moment to dial the number and make the order. I go check in on Olivia, who looks just as ecstatic as the Payne brothers. It's just pizza, no need to hyperventilate. I so need this right now. It'll still be about half an hour. What's your favourite? Anchovies. Really? Yeah, they don't sell them much these days though. Something to keep in mind. Randy finishes his call and gives a celebratory fist pump. You're a lifesaver, Inko. I was planning on getting together some sashimi or something. Sophia said she finally wanted to try my specialty. Wait, how long have they been married and she still hasn't tried his specialty? Like, that? He's got to be like, what, 18, 19 at this point? Oh well. Phew. We got 2 large meat lovers coming in. And this place is pretty fancy. They got all that stuff you like, Olivia. So I asked for an extra pile, piled high with as much as they can put on it. Olivia's face beams with joy, the end of her tail wagging like an excited puppy's. I take the distraction to snipe her across the map. It's fair, he got you. Oh, damn. He took revenge. Randy shoos Damien off his spot in the recliner. He joins us on the couch. We play a few more games and I keep losing. But every time I would get close, she would just come in clutch and completely annihilate me. Somehow a betting pool had started. Olivia's getting a few bucks from the rest. If I can't beat her even once. The pains encourage me as I get closer to actually scoring against Olivia. If anything, I want to get that at least tonight. At some point in all the excitement, the feeling occurs to me. Being in the comfort of a warm and inviting home, surrounded by such caring people, having fun with my friends. It's like I have a real family. She doesn't cover while she reloads. See it. Hey, that's cheating. Nope, just insider information. He's gonna get you. Nope, if that's how he's gonna be, I got one last trick up my sleeve. I think you're just scared. Hey! She literally grabs one of his arms. Aww. I don't know how any of you are keeping up with all this. Oh, that would be our dinner. Rennie heads for the door with a hand already reaching for his wallet. Pizza? What's the special occasion? Gonna treat ourselves good and eat good tonight, hon. That's the special occasion. Not that I'm complaining about pizza, but isn't delivery pricey these days? Ray returns with the boxes stacked on his arms, flashing the used coupon in his other hand to Sophia. Her face dons an expression similar to the others earlier. See? Okay, everyone, get a plate and get some. Feel free to make a mess if you want cleanup duty. Damon and Vinny leap from their positions and have their plates in a blink of an eye. The air is filled with the delicious scent of sauce and cheese as Randy opens up all the boxes. Damon and Vinny immediately dive for the meat lovers like ravenous sharks. The pepperoni and sausage peach on the table looks appealing, but... Randy passes a plate with a slice of anchovy pizza over to Olivia. Thanks, Uncle Randy. Dang, the anchovy one actually looks pretty good. I don't think she'd mind if I sampled from hers. My hand slowly inches closer towards Olivia's plate. Mine. Taking a moment to assess my hand's integrity, I pursed my lips at her. Oh, come on, Liv. I just want to try it. Nope. Anchovy's a Gator girl only. You wouldn't take something from your girlfriend, would you, Inko? She flutters her eyelashes at me while presenting a prominent pout. I just want to try it, though. More eyelash fluttering, and I can even see a moistness in her eyes. Oh wow, she gives a new meaning to crocodile tears. But a devilishly clever idea spawns within my mind. After all, if she wants to play the girlfriend card, how about a trade or something? The pout fades away in her confusion. Trade? For a bite? Her confusion morphs into curiosity. Maybe. What are you offering? With a smile, I leaned closer to Olivia. Closer. And closer still. Olivia's face is aflame with her blush, growing hotter and hotter by the second. I feel a puff of hot air from her nose flow across my chin. Her eyes are as wide as saucers now. This. Lips tap lightly on the edge of her maw. What? The gator is successfully stunned. Now's my chance. Quickly I go in for the kill and chomp down the slice she was holding onto. I pull away while chewing on my hard-won prize. Pizza is very salty but rich with flavour. I can taste why she likes anchovies on her pizza. Olivia's eyes are still wide and her mouth is cycling opened and closed. Ew, Mom, Inko gave Olivia cooties. Food tastes best when stolen. Whoa, Olivia, you okay? His hand waves inches in front of her face. I don't think she even notices. With a sigh, Mrs. Payne leans over and taps Olivia's shoulder. That finally wakes her up. Her eyes are now shifting between me and the bite marks I left on her pizza. Eyelids lowering, she glowers at me while taking a bite of her defiled slice. Olivia makes quick work of her slice and then hands her plate to Sophia for another piece of fish-covered goodness. With everyone else focused on their meal, she leans in close. Dangerously close. My cheeks warm up as Olivia whispers into my ear. You owe me more for that bite. She always had a bit of huskiness in her tone, but... wow. The sun was hanging low by the time the pizza was finished, which meant it was time. It didn't take much to convince Damien and Mr. Payne to take me out to the fountain once Olivia fully explained why. We arrived at the deserted park just as the sun sank behind the horizon. Hurriedly, Damien, Randy and I got to work. The male Paynes held the windscreen protector of Randy's car for me, doing their best to direct the remaining rays of light towards the fountain. The focus was just the details of it, after all. The more references to Olivia, the better. No words, just the task at hand. Constantly moving to also keep warm and serious. The only thing to stop us was the daylight finally vanishing. My memory card was filled completely with reference shots for Olivia, a good 100 and some from every conceivable angle. And arriving back, Sophia had unfolded the couch into a bed for me. It hadn't even occurred to me how late it could be, or how bad the weather could end up. I feel like I'm frozen to the core, combined with my clothes becoming damp from the melting frost. Instead, Olivia dragged me onto the lumpy mattress of the couch bed, sitting right beside me so I could go through the photos with her. The rest of the household slunk off to bed shortly after, leaving just the two of us in the living room. Just huddled together, looking through my camera. We were the only ones still up. And while it wasn't cold anymore, Olivia insisted on keeping me warm by laying across my lap as if she were a very gator-shaped blanket. Hey. She contorts herself around until she can look into my eyes. Yeah? About earlier. You still owe me. Come on, seriously? It was just a bite. It wasn't just a bite. Her face is on fire, but her eyes remain locked on mine. That didn't count. What? That peck on the nose, that didn't count. Olivia, I don't... That was our first kiss. Oh. I hadn't even considered that was our first kiss. Suddenly my face begins to heat up rapidly. It just came to me and felt so natural to do it. Alright, She crosses her arms. Olivia might have looked intimidating if she weren't also splayed out across my lap while she did it. So you want an actual... with interest. A fair trade. Even as I looked down at her with incredulity, I can't even speak. Olivia maintains a serious face and posture. Locked in a staring contest with her, I feel my lack of shades has weakened my defenses. I cave in. Alright, I owe you a real kiss. And what else? I want to go on a date. An actual romantic date. Split second I get my chair back. Alright. So the first part. Olivia's hands reach up, latching onto the sides of my head. I expected her to drag me down roughly, but instead I can feel her hands shake as she slowly guides me downwards. It's awkward and slightly painful how I have to twist at my waist to meet her, but it's worth it. It's soft, chaste, skin and scale pressing lightly together. The hot air of our breath intermingles. I support myself with my arms over her. Her arms move from my head to around my neck. Our eyes grew heavy. I don't know who faded first. Olivia clung to me as we drifted to sleep just like that. I stir from my sleep as the morning sunlight begins peeking through the glass back door. It's quiet. The only sign of life is the light breathing of the Gator girl holding me close. She's wrapped her arms around one of mine, gently nibbling my shoulder in her sleep. She's warm. I start drifting back to sleep, lulled in by Olivia's soft breathing. My thoughts adrift between sleep and awake. They're puzzle pieces that slowly come together in a single, unified phrase that wholly captures what I'm feeling. I love her. I feel a horrible disturbance approaching. Inky, Liv, wake up! Oof, the cursed beast plants both its feet into my chest, shaking me by the collar. Olivia responds by swatting him clean off me with her tail. He looks none the worse for wear after that. He's fine. Olivia sets herself up, wiping the sleep from her eyes. Morning, Inko. Saturday morning. Check on my phone says it's 7:30. 4 hours too early. Barely. I sit up, narrowly missing Vinny's second landing zone. He's got the cable remote. The TV flickers to life and Vinny starts flicking through the channels at a speed only he can comprehend. Morning, Inko. Damien enters from the hallway. Sorry about the wake-up call. It's Vinny's favourite season. Winter? Hockey. Vinny cheers loudly and I look to the screen to see a player being brutally slammed into the protective glass of the ice rink. Ah. So, should we move? Nah, too comfy. Yeah. I'm hungry. Go make breakfast. What do you want? Big plate of eggs and bacon. I think I'd burn the kitchen down first. There's plenty of cereal out there if you want some. Olivia drones dramatically. Fine. Gently untangling myself from Olivia's grasp, I shoot Damien a thumbs up as I make my way to the kitchen. A quick search through the cupboards and the fridge nets me the necessary components, and I manage to avoid destroying the kitchen as I pour cereal and milk into 2 plastic bowls. I mean, that's quite a win right there. As I give each bowl a spoon, a vibration emanates from my pocket. I whip out my phone and check what it's for. It looks like a new 3-hour analysis of the 3rd place speedrunning world record for Wii Golf. Thumbnail displays the record holder's face with an arrow pointing to it and text proudly advertising the Ponut Slurp Strat. I'm really not much in the mood for these recently. I'll mute the notifications. And done. As I return to the living room, the scene is a lot more lively. 2 brothers are commentating the match to one another while gently shaking the couch in excitement. Olivia has since sat up and wrapped herself in the blanket, only opening a spot for me once I approach. I take the seat, offering her the bowl of sugary goodness which she greedily accepts. Not too long after, we're cuddled together again. She leads her head against my shoulder. Despite the ruckus, I'm able to find a perfect spot to snuggle with Olivia and enjoy her warmth. This is nice. We do our best to withstand Vinny's ramblings about the hockey teams. It seems like he's more interested in which team gets the most fights rather than wins the most. It's been bothering me for a while, but what is this little thing here? Like a tail? Is it a droplet? Is it what I think it is and hope it's not? I don't know. I look towards Olivia every so often, worried that she might be losing interest in just sitting there. But she always reassures me with a gentle smile, one that says she wouldn't have it any other way. Sharing in her contentment, we continue to snuggle on the couch together, occasionally cheering with the brothers. They celebrate the success of their hockey team. Dame and Vinny start shouting in victory as the home team gets the final score. What a slap shot! Heard the excitement in the room. Watching hockey again? Sophia settles herself onto the recliner, opening up her laptop. Oh, the school's weekly newsletter just came in. Turn down the volume, Damien. Sure thing. Alright, first, it says there's a basketball game this Friday against the Tailspikes. In preparation for finals, tutoring will be open after school for everyone that needs it. Damien. I got it covered, Mom. Liz is helping me. I hope so. Senioritis won't be tolerated here. Oh, this is interesting. To all our students, you are invited to St. Hammond's High School's Winter Formal. Winter Formal? Damien yawns and stretches his arms behind his back. Yeah, some event for seniors they got every year. Basically a dance, but more formal. But more fancy. It's like the biggest event of the year. You know, next to graduation or prom or whatever. I don't think any of my previous schools ever did anything like this, just regular dances. Immerse yourself in the serene beauty of the wintry night sky with music, food, entertainment and much more. We will also be hosting a special memorial for one of St. Hammond's finest teachers who has recently passed, Mr. Trent Ladican. Shoot, that's going to be tough to see. The event will take place at the Volcandaria Convention Centre on Friday, December 15th from 7 PM to 10 PM. Tickets for the Winter Formal are now on sale or in Miss Brockling's class in room 211. $15 for one and $30 for couples. Please read our event dress code to know what will and will not be allowed for the formal. Have a great weekend. Go Feathertails! Well, it seems like you three have something to look forward to next month. Mrs. Payne closes her laptop with a smile and sets it aside. Mum, it's about that time. She gasps and checks the clock on the wall. I nearly forgot. Vinny, get your kimono on. I'll start the car. It's called a G, Mom. I'll probably be running some errands while he's at karate practice, so I'll be out until dinner. I'm sure Vinny didn't mean to karate chop my throat as he got up. He's just eager to get to class. The back rub from Olivia helps to clear my airway quicker at least. Well then. Damien switches on some game and slumps into his familiar position in the recliner in mere seconds. I don't know how he even keeps track of the blur of colours on screen. I feel like he's going to give me a seizure if I look too hard. Olivia tugs at my arm. Hey, want to head back to my room and watch something? What do you have in mind? Nothing in particular. I'm sure I'll find something good. Alright. I follow Olivia's proud march into her room. The scent of paint is still a bit strong. But when is it not in here? It's impressive how she manages to actually hop from kneeling on the floor to kneeling onto her bed. Her tail pats the open spot next to her as an invitation. Not for me, as Guts seems to scurry out from wherever he was hiding to curl up right next to Olivia's thigh. So I take the spot opposite him, sitting in right next to Olivia as she opens her laptop. On the screen I see a plethora of folders with incomprehensible names, with multiple brackets alternating between kanji and English. Olivia's cursor flies between each folder, her eyes scrunched in concentration as she tries to find the perfect show. Seems like someone's torrenting. She finally makes her choice, though what it is, I don't know. The name is all Japanese, written in English. And there's like 6 different things in brackets denoting the language, aspect ratio, and more obscure details. A media player pops open, and the first thing to pop up is a silhouette of a Patriosaurus in old Japanese attire. And then the pop music started. In English. At first I was apprehensive with her pick, but it really is a good show. I'm fully enraptured by the patchy samurai story along with his budding romance with the young human girl who maintains her family's dojo. Oh, this is, samurai, I forgot the name of it, but I know the character is the red-haired samurai, really short dude. That's what it sounds like anyways. Rurouni Kenshin or something like that. Remember? Before they fully settle in, Olivia splaying out across her bed and give me just enough space to sit with my back against the wall beside her. While I'm fully enjoying this show, split equally between intense sword fights and bouts of light-hearted comedy, my thoughts go back to something else. The formal. And to actually ask her to it. She's already going since it's also Mr. Ladigan's memorial. Olivia already asked me out on a date, kinda. I'd argue strong-armed into it, but then again I want to go with her, so... It was very Olivia of her. So what would be Inko's way of doing it? Yes, Rurouni Kenshin. That's exactly it. And thanks for popping in, Faye. I really appreciate it. Looking around for inspiration, I noticed that my girlfriend has left out a lot of her sketch material. Balled up papers and her sketch pad is right by my knee. Guts laying atop her coloured pencil case. Lurking before work started. Oh, no worries, I appreciate it. Hope you have a good day at work today. Or at least a relaxing day at work. Few meetings, no bosses annoying you. Yeah, perfect work day. Guts laying atop her coloured pencil case, and a mechanical pencil digs into my palm. While Olivia's focused on her laptop screen and the oddly not-so-bloody sword fight on it, I begin my greatest plan to date. Oh, this is not going to end well. First, I sketch what's meant to be a full-body portrait of Olivia. Our boy Inko here can't draw very well, but I respect the effort. Though the wheelchair ends up looking like it's a normal chair with rocks for wheels, her hands being just claws and her tail shrunken down to a quarter of its actual size, it still resembles her. Clip on the mechanical pencil and slowly reach over to the pad, nudging the back of Olivia's head. Fingers crossed it's a chill day for both of us. Oh, it's Friday evening for me, so I've already reached my weekend. I spent today basically just hiding up images in Illustrator. Not too many meetings, thankfully. She swats at it and eventually grabs it, yanking it in front of her. And then her tail starts wagging a bit. Bingo! I mean, that is kind of cute that the two of them are going to arrange a date by passing notes back and forth, like they used to do in class. It searches for my arm and wraps around it while Olivia furiously jots something down on the page. I lean forward to lay on my stomach beside her when she passes it back. She's drawn on an equally rough portrait of me with my shades missing and my jacket looking more like a button-up. For a while, the two of us resume our drawing game from the start of the school year. Oh, they go all in. And there's Mia drawn like Goya eating her kid. Over the course of the Samurai Show's run, we decorate numerous sheets from her sketchpad with nonsensical doodles. Alright, it's time. I make sure my arm's position is shielding the page. The next drawing has to be special. And I see just the spot for it. Oh, look at that. I love that. My heart flutters a bit as I look it over. Could it be a little better? No, it's perfect. I agree, it is perfect. I pass the sketchpad over, just as I have a half dozen times now. Olivia stares at the little doodle on the page. I hear her breathing pick up. She pulls the pad aside, well out of my vision. I feel the bed wobble as she furiously scribbles something down. Sure is taking a while. On the screen, the Bato whatever has just finished an epic duel, winning with an intelligent use of techniques in his sword's sheath, all without killing anyone. The pad is plopped in front of me. You in 3 seconds. Oh boy. Oof. Olivia buries her snoot into the back of my head, nuzzling it aggressively. She's making those weird bellowing noises again. I'll take that as a resounding yes. You're not going to let me up, are you? Nope, you're all mine now. She keeps bellowing, but her focus slowly returns to the episode. For the rest of it, we remain like this. I got big plans. Just you wait. 1 week later. Let's save real quick. I'm 99.9% certain that I'm on the pathway to get the best ending of 4 possible endings, which is good. So now it's just a couple more cutscenes to the final stretch, and then mission accomplished. I'm going to take a quick drink of water, and then we're going to crack on. My shoes crunch through the layers of snow beneath me. Behind me, the trail is quickly swept over by fresh snowfall. Cold bites at my flesh. It can reach my ears, my nose, my exposed hand as it carries my precious cargo. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks. I am alone in this frigid wasteland. To think this started so simply, just 4 days ago. I got into a new routine at the start of the school week. Wake up, head to school, do my thing until the bell rings, then head over to the Payne residence to check on Olivia. She texted me that the drafting for her painting was finished, and now it was time for the real task of filling in the canvas with colour. Every time I'd come over, I would find her sitting at the edge of her bed with a brush in her hand, analysing the canvas with a kind of fire in her eyes that only a visionary like her would have. Back on Tuesday, I got a real craving for root beer. Olivia told me there was a gas station up the street and around the corner, and asked if I could get her a normal cola with a strange side-eye. The trip was frigid, and I probably should have seen where this was going, but the soda was well worth it. Once Olivia found that I could survive the journey, she started requesting I go to make more resupply missions. Then I got caught on a return trip by Vinny and Randy. Short version of the story, I am now the resupply man for the household. I go out to get precious rations for my poor, freezing, shivering girlfriend and the other survivors of this inhumane climate of 31 degrees. It's been tough work, but it's been a blast. Yeah, I love Olivia's character. I don't normally play dating sim games. It's just not for me. But with this one, I'm finding that I really like the characters and the story and everything about it. So, it's been fun. Now we just have to push through and get the fourth ending, and then I'll be satisfied with that. Let me just do something real quick. As I approach the front door, one of the survivors eagerly smushes his face into the glass window, ecstatic to see my triumphant return. The door opens for me and slams shut as I'm yanked in before the chilly air can creep in with me. I stumble forward and finally collapse onto the couch into Olivia's waiting arms. The moment my butt hits the comforter, she spreads out the large blanket she has open and enshrouds me in a warm, scaly embrace. They've planned this. Can't let my personal heating rock lose its warmth. I appreciate it. Olivia nuzzles into the crook of my neck and wraps her tail around my waist, trying her best to warm me up. One would assume that a literal cold-blooded saurian would be a terrible way of warming up. Well, whoever they are, they're dead wrong. Setting the plastic bag on the floor, it begins getting passed around and everyone removes their various goodies. In seconds, Damien's chugged his battery acid energy drink. It's me. Ah, that's what I needed. Say, you up for another trip, Inko? Olivia signals to Vinny, who takes the empty bottle and bops him in the back of the head with it. Oh, Inko, while you were out, I finally thought of something. For our date? Yeah, you'll love it, it's... Olivia's breath catches. The two of us wait in anticipation as Randy gets the door. But we both know what it is already. Olivia, packages for you. My head jostles to and fro, Olivia's excitement translating physically to her arms quaking wildly around my collar. Settle down, settle down. Randy hefts the box containing her new wheelchair parts into the living room and sets it in front of the TV. Want me to set it up for you? Actually, Olivia lifts herself off the couch and starts pushing against the box, sliding it towards her room. Inko and I can do it. Alright. Olivia waves me to join her as she pops the door open and pushes the heavy-looking box into her room. Come on, what are you waiting for? Let's get to it. We sit on the edge of the bed with the box before us. Olivia takes a deep breath and extends a single claw. In a single motion slices the tape open, letting the box flaps loose. She starts picking the individual parts out and laying them around. While she does so, I pick out the instructions. Really? What? Come on, give me that. She takes the instructions and rips them to bits. Won't need that. I've had to fix my own chair since I was a kid. Why you? I break it, I fix it. Simple as. And I broke it a lot when I was younger. Okay, curiosity piqued. How? Olivia turns with the biggest grin on her face. Ramp jumps. She doesn't elaborate, instead waddling over to her desk and to retrieve a small hex key set. For the next 15 minutes we'll begin to assemble the wheelchair. As it turns out, building this thing isn't as complex as I thought it'd be. Most of it really just is as simple as connecting tab A into slot B. There's an innuendo there. We're nearly finished now. The metal frame stands proud, missing everything needed to make it comfortable. Like the seat. This bit connects to the handles, there. Alright. So, you were about to tell me about an idea that I'd love for a date? Oh yeah. Have you ever been to a hibachi grill? I've heard of them. They're great, you gotta try it. They sit you down at a table, right? And in the middle of a table is a big flat top grill. And the chef, hand me that piece right there. Thanks. Then the chef comes in with this cart full of stuff that you'd ordered. Once the grill gets hot, they start cooking the food right in front of you. And they bring a whole new meaning to playing with your food. Sounds pretty sweet, right? By the way, that goes the other direction. Blank. Oops. Yeah, that honestly sounds pretty fun, Liv. It's like dinner and a show, but dinner is the show. I've been wanting to eat at a place like that for years. Alright then, as soon as we finish, let's call for a table and go. Yes. Olivia's arm and tail wrap around me in a hug, her other hand preoccupied with adjusting the chair's seat to the perfect height. After attaching the armrest to the handle, I stand up in triumph over the fully built mobility chair. Well, I can safely say that your new wheelchair is completed by yours truly. You put the wheel on backwards there. See, if I had sat in that, it would have crumpled, and it would have killed me. Uh-oh. She lightly taps me with one of the spare parts. Yeah, so stop trying to kill me, dummy. Just to be safe, we're probably going to have to go back a few steps to make sure this thing is built correctly. See, don't tear up the instructions then. Wonderful. Finally, it's done. Olivia inspects my work, nodding in approval on occasion and adjusting a few parts. Carefully, she moves herself from her bed into the seat. So, how is it? Darn it, my legs still don't work. Yeah, you did great. Feels just like the old one. Great job, Inky. Phew. Don't say yet. The night's just getting started. Her tail slithers around my wrist, inviting me to take the wheel. You ready? Yeah. It'll be cold. I'll be fine. I got a personal furnace with me. Moon silver irises turn to me half-lidded, letting me know what my real role in Olivia's life is now. Furnace? Not something sweeter like heated blanket or comforter? Yeah, no. I say that and then my aunt and uncle would be giving me the talk all over again. Before we knew it, we're admiring passing buildings as our railcar races towards the city. One thing we noticed were the Christmas lights tangled about inside the metro, which gave it a much cozier vibe. As we near the concrete jungle, even the streetlights and buildings grow infested with the holiday cheer. I can only imagine what this place will look like in the coming days. Definitely coming back later with Livia, along with my camera. After a bit of walking and sightseeing, we arrive in the city's Japanese district, Little Trudon. As eager as I am to look around and immerse myself in the surroundings, Olivia's appetite for hibachi outranks it. We can always check it out after anyways. Heading inside, there's a distinct scent in the air that enters my nose. I can't pinpoint what it exactly smells like, but the word aromatic comes to mind. Konnichiwa. Welcome. A table for two, I presume? Yes, I called earlier for a reservation. The waitress takes a moment to look at the table placed in front of her. Ah yes, table for Mr. Nito and guest. Follow me. She grabs us a menu and leads us to the main dining area. As we're guided through the restaurant, I take in the interior design, seeing various set pieces, decor, and portraits of famous actors posing with who I assume is the owner of the restaurant. Entering into the main dining area, the sound of lively conversation floods my ears, as does the savoury fragrance of the food being cooked for the other patrons. Just as Olivia said, each table had a grill in the centre where a chef was chopping, dicing, and slicing. I can feel my mouth filling with drool with each passing moment. Finally, we reach our table, where another party occupies the remaining seats. Enjoy! So how would you... My hand waves over Olivia around her chair's handlebars. Olivia seems to understand what I'm about to entail because without a word she effortlessly hoists herself out of her wheelchair onto the dining chair. I fold the wheelchair, place it by a nearby wall and seat myself next to her. Nice. So how are you feeling so far, Liv? Olivia smiles, letting her cold fingers splay out near the grill before us. Her tail curls up over the counter and joins them. I join her for a few seconds, warming my knuckles. I already like this place. It's like a combo of a show, a dinner, and a sauna. I reach for the menu that sits between us. Let's see. You already know what you want to get? Sushi. They got the good stuff here. She points to something on the menu I don't have a hope of ever pronouncing correctly. Nevertheless, it looks appetizing. What about you? I'm thinking something warm and filling. Oh, what about this dish then? She points at one of the specialty dishes titled Trudon Delight. Chicken breast, hibachi steak, and colossal shrimp lightly seasoned and grilled. Oh, kind of like a variety dish. Sounds good enough for me. That variety and idea overcomes me and I scan through the menu thoroughly. A section in particular takes up nearly the entire page. It's something I recalled from some of the foodie blogs I'd read. Hey, why don't we try all the appetizers? What? Laying the menu flat before her to the appetizer page, her eyes widen at how many choices there are. Yeah, like, we should try sampling everything and see which is the best. That'd be really expensive though, right? It would. Each plate already costs over $15. But consider the experience. I can see her practically salivating as she looks at the page. About half then. That'd still be around 7 plates, but I'm sure I can cover that much. Okay. She cuts me off before I can cheer. But not all at once. Huh? I want to appreciate the show too. So 2 dishes at a time. It's a weak concession. I already figure Olivia's plan to fill up early to save my bank account. Sure. So which do you... We debate which appetizers to pick and start with, our voices now mingling with the rest of the ambience as we wait to order. By the time somebody comes around, we've compiled a list of the most appealing sounding options. Eventually a chef approaches our table with a large fork and blade in hand, scraping the two against each other in a theatrical manner before greeting us. He uses the nearby container of oil to cover the cooking surface in the shape of a smiley face before setting the assortment on fire and spreading it across the stove with a blade. The second staff member drops off a cart filled with uncooked meats and veggies that will soon become our dinner. With his ingredients readied, the chef starts his performance, expertly spinning his razor-sharp utensils with a grin on his face. Vegetables diced and stacked into explosive minifigures. Meat sizzled, flipped, and thrown through the air. Fish and shrimp sliced and juggled around the chef without even looking. Even as we're served up our starting orders, we were entirely too focused on the master chef. Olivia is completely enthralled by the performance. Not that she's the only one. The dexterity and skill of the chef as with our food isn't like anything I've seen at any high-class restaurant my parents dragged me to before. After a minute or two of watching the chef's culinary showmanship, the couple beside us receives their order. Hey Ewan. Thanks for popping in. Hope you're having a good day. It's daytime where you are now. He eases over a step to now stand before Olivia and I, his eyes carefully scanning a tiny scrap of paper before nodding. Konbanwa, hungry-looking friends. Oh, I'm definitely hungry-looking, but Olivia? Looking at her, Olivia's eyes are the size of her plate, her lips are trembling over her smile, and her chopsticks creak within her fingers. Her first time here, I assume. Mine too. Hi, new friends to our lovely city. Allow me to give you a proper Volcandera welcome. Before I can tell him we aren't tourists, the cook sets down a pre-peeled onion on the grill. Yeah, I'm having a good day, currently sketching on the new model. Oh, nice. Well, good luck with that. I hope you make good progress with it. I look forward to it when it's eventually ready for us to see it. I'm doing good. It's night time of Friday. I could have just said Friday night, which means that I'm done with work until Monday, and I can do whatever I want for the next 48 hours, including not sleep, if I so desire. Because I haven't been able to sleep the past few nights, so I may as well just stay up all night tonight. With his sharpened spatula and tongs, the onion is cut expertly and then its rings separated and stacked into a neat cone. He then raises a finger with a smile. I can't help but lean forward. He holds up a bottle of clear liquid and squirts it into the... I reel back at the sudden heat erupting from the onion cano, fingers tapping just above my eyes. Oh shit, my eyebrows. You're fine, Inko, relax. Confirming the few bits of hair are still in my head, the chef laughs and slides the onion creation around. Warm enough of a welcome? Quite. He laughs as the onions are added onto our first appetizer plate, a sampler of various garnished fishes and meat. Sleep is for the weak. 100% agree. Who needs sleep? I don't need sleep. Olivia is quick to take a still sizzling piece of steak and chomp on it, chewing it even as her eyes water from the heat of it. The chef notices and uses his spatula to slide Olivia's glass of water closer to her, which she uses to quickly cool her tongue. I'm happy to see you so eager to enjoy my cooking, but a good meal is best savoured slowly. My hand rubs Olivia's back in comfort, but she still smiles and reaches for another cut of steak. Almost lost all the hair. Yeah, he can't afford to lose any more. Totally worth it. One by one, more of our appetizers are given to us. While I would normally go into detail about each one's unique flavors and how it affects my palate, only one thing really comes to mind. It's freaking delicious. Olivia seems to have the same sentiment, currently scarfing down the rest of her salmon rolls. Any couples here tonight? For a moment I glance at the girl beside me, enjoying her own little moment as she chows down on her food. We are. Ah, well, it's the holiday season, which means... The chef hovers his prong over our heads with something green placed on its end. It's mistletoe. Oh. A kiss between the gentleman and the Wani girl, yes. Tender. A lingering pleasantness fills my heart as the chef tosses the mistletoe onto a steak, revealing its true identity as garnish. Hey, what does Wani mean? It means gator. Oh. Actually, I didn't know that. That's where the title comes from. It's just the Japanese word for gator. Yes, I do look like a gator. Yeah. I'm always thinking of you as the green gator girl. Really? Well, as opposed to the green Baron X girl. Do you see Damien and refer to him as the red Dilophosaurus guy, too? Hey, I'm Inko. Wow, I just heard a noise. I craned my head towards the direction of the pink Dilophosaurus and the blue Aphylodylosus. I can't even speak those names. I get it. Good. Everyone. I just met a Triceratops, in fact. I met two. Shut up. I use my chopsticks to fling an onion over to her. She definitely chomps it out of the air. Okay, who ordered the scallions? Oh, that's us. With one last bite of shrimp, we've finished our meal. The chef spins his utensils and gives us a bow, bidding us a wonderful evening. I managed to slip him a generous tip as thanks for his hospitality. So I Gator hug that gator. As the waitress hands me the bill, she asked if we'd like some complimentary ice cream, which Olivia happily accepts. Some dessert sounds good right now, so why not? It's not long until we're cutting open sweet, flaky shells of fried cake batter to get to the cool and tasty ice cream cores of our free deep-fried ice cream. Oh, be damned, I need something sweet to cap that off. Actually... Hey, will you be alright for a while? I've got an idea. Alright? Trust me, I'll be right back. There's a general store right across. Excellent. I cross, hopeful they have what I have in mind. I'm back. Your ice cream was starting to melt. I was considering eating it. Rude, after I went out and got these, just for you. I hand her the plastic bag. Pocket warmers. How considerate of you, Inky. She stuffs them in the pocket of her hoodie, cracking them to start the heating. I grab her wheelchair and unfold it next to her, offering a hand to help her enter it. There's still a whole city out there. Want to go see it? She takes my hand, interlocking her fingers between my own. Absolutely. I think we all need a gator girl in our life at some point. Or gator guy, as may be the case. No judgment here. Back outside, I finished the last of my dessert and let out a sigh of satisfaction. That was delicious. Couldn't agree more, though I'm not sure how fond I am of having the smell of hibachi on my clothes. Better than that cologne you always use. Ooh, shots fired. You noticed that? Her head suddenly turns away, focusing instead on the open-air market in the distance. Well, we're in Little Trudon. The weather makes foot traffic non-existent. The town is ours. Where do you want to go first? She looks positively giddy, looking around the stores, looking for the best place to start. That way. I got a good feeling about it. With Olivia as my guide, we make our way towards the shopping centre. Man, as if the main part of the city's holiday lighting wasn't captivating already, Little Trudon is just as whimsical. Fairy lights wrap around the street lamps while paper lanterns hang along the streets, illuminating our path in a reddish hue. Holiday cheer and cultural tradition meshed perfectly together. We're here. Here looking to be some kind of Arabian bazaar from a movie, except built into a building. There's walls and even a ceiling. The ceiling is plastic and semi-transparent. But the walls are all cut into with cheap canopies jutting from the tops of the openings, and so many colourful knickknacks hanging from them and over the tables, equally filled to bursting with a plethora of items. Every other stall I see a seller stationed right next to a cheap heater, waving and shouting at anyone who passes by. While the streets had looked devoid of people, the shopping centre was packed to the brim. That's the one. The one? I just know it. Lead the way. As we get closer, I can't help but notice the variety of interesting items being sold. Cheap-looking toys that light up and make music, t-shirts with various decals and vulgar jokes, and jade jewelry that looks like it was handmade this morning. All of which have signs marking their prices that, frankly, reflect their quality very poorly. Further down the shopping centre we reach a section of the indoor market that looks almost like a convenience store. Shelves upon shelves of exotic produce are placed along every wall of the store. In the centre are displays showcasing snacks with candies with ineligible signs and... Ineligible? Was that meant to say illegible? Ineligible signs and cutesy mascots. The ceiling is now covered in greenery, more paper lanterns and banners adorning more Japanese text. Olivia's eyes light up with glee upon seeing the wide array of oriental goodies. You know, let's make this our Christmas shopping. She nods and grins, and we start scanning each stall slowly. Immediately I'm drawn to one that is exceptionally vibrant from all the toys on show. Some of the plastic figures are even making noises, though there's a certain rattiness to them. Still, I'm sure I can find something for Vinny. Recalling our first meeting, I look for any Power Raptor figure I can find on the table. Aha! Picking up a packaged figure, I wave Olivia from her sugary treat hunting. Think Vinny will like this? She quirks an eyebrow briefly and then gives me the flattest stare I've ever seen. No. Why not? Inko, that's such a shitty bootleg. Like, it's not even named right. She is a fan, she's not going to accept anything less than the real deal, I think. I look at the package at the small green figure. Powerful Raptorials. Oh. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is cheap knockoffs. If you want the good stuff, you gotta look in the back. The back? She rolls her eyes but motions for me to follow. Olivia wheels herself past the table and deeper into the stall. And the first thing I notice is how there's even more boxes of toys along one wall. And opposite to that is a wall covered with a lot of swords and knives and other pointy lethal things. Instead of looking at the toy wall, Olivia's eyes are glued to the weapon racks. I don't think Sophia would approve. Oh yeah, no. It takes colossal effort on her part to turn herself around. Partially from how cramped the space is, but mainly how her eyes lingered on a particular sword on the shelf. Looking closer, it kind of looks like one from a show we've watched together. Neat. Maybe... Nah, Sophia definitely wouldn't approve. It doesn't take long for Olivia to pick out a pair of toys to gift Damien's younger brother. Though I don't think wooden weaponry counts as toys. Our purchases were made, we moved on to the next person on our list and the next stall. We ventured through the halls deliberately, throwing ideas back and forth. Ideas for the rest of the panes. I was astonished to find a jacket close in design to mine, but for a fraction of the price and just the right size for Damien. I mean, you're basically surrounded by bootlegs, so you're going to find everything you want. Fake Gucci and fake Louis Vuitton bags, you name it, you can find it. And Olivia pointed out a neat little statue of an insect carved out of an amber stone. She said it'd be perfect for Randy, so it's added to the pot. That left Sophia, and Olivia had brought us to a store filled with textile materials. I hadn't known she was a seamstress, but Olivia explained it's one of her favourite hobbies. Not knowing much on that matter, I let Olivia go and talked with the shopkeeper about what she was looking to buy, while I stayed closer to the front. Near the cash register, I spot one of those tiny novelty prize dispensers. One in particular catches my eye. It looks like some variation of whack-a-mole featuring little alligator heads. They're cute. She would love one of these. It just so happens I have 5 quarters. I turn the crank and get a spherical capsule in exchange. What you getting? Olivia, I got this for you. Ooh. I place a little toy in her hands. Look at that little thing. She brings it closer to examine. Look, you can bop it with a little hammer. Ow. I know just the place for it. This is going right in my little treasure hoard. The thought brings a smile to my face. Did you find what you were looking for? Yep. She pulls out a few colourful bottles from her chair's compartment. These babies will look great on the canvas. They had just the colours I needed too. Wow, how's it different from regular paint from the store? It just is. But it just is. Okay? I also got Auntie a roll of fork silk. She's always wanted to work with silk. An hour later, we've just about seen everything. It looks like it's just in time too. All the friendlier stores are starting to close down. I don't want to get caught in tight alleyways in the city after dark, so Olivia and I call it a night and start heading back to the metro station. We make one last turn to come to the entrance and... whoa. It's a large circular clearing, the widest space I'd seen around here. We're meant for performers and such. In the centre is a huge Christmas tree, with colourful strings of lights connecting it to the surrounding stalls. How did we miss this coming in? Whoa. We both have to crane our necks to see the star on top. It looks mosaic, each panel a different colour to create a star within a wreath, the entirety of it aglow with a singular light source from within. The coloured lights bounce off us as we approach. They colour Olivia's snout in reds, blues, purple, even some more vibrant greens. Even her breath, coming out as vapour, is lit up like it's part of the Christmas tree. For a moment we stare at the Christmas tree in silence. All I can hear is the subtle ambience of our surroundings. It's serene. Was this a nice break? Yeah. But you know me, I'm itching to get back into it. We look back up at the tree. It's bright. Merry Christmas, Olivia. Christmas isn't till another few weeks. I know, just felt like saying it. Yeah. Merry Christmas. Olivia's hand finds mine, our fingers intertwining slowly and our palms pressed warmly together. She doesn't speak, but her eyes convey so much. I carefully set down our shopping bags and take a knee beside her. She leans over the chair's armrest, bringing her head close until she can rest her chin on my shoulder. I can feel her lips move in a silent whisper as she nuzzles against me gently. A smile comes to my face as she mouths her appreciation for our first official date. Following her example, I lean my head back against her. My jaw moves, but no words come out. After all, we don't want to disrupt the peaceful silence. But still, I know Olivia understands my own wordless thanks as I feel her lips quirk into a smile. We stayed pressed together for some time. At least until my knees couldn't bear the stone floor and her stairs couldn't handle the cold. Allowing the comfortable silence to continue, I stand up and slowly take us back to the station. The ride home, we're lucky enough to get the whole train car to ourselves. Olivia huddles close the whole way back. Oh, my I think we're about to get to the winter dance. Let me take a quick drink before I lose my voice. It's officially winter in Volcandera Bluffs. And as if to celebrate the occasion, tonight is St. Hammond's Winter Formal. Hard to believe it's already here. It really crept up on me. Whenever I'd remember the event coming up, I'd just force it out of my mind. Whole thing has me pretty anxious. It's like a date, but on a whole new level. Like there's some formality to it. I mean, it's called a formal. I'd better not mess this up. Yeah, at least he's got the suit on. It's a big night for myself and Olivia. I'm at her place now. She sits beside me on the bed, hard at work finishing the painting. I hold her other hand while she carefully brushes. On occasion, Olivia glances nervously at the clock. Each tick is another second possibly wasted. She's really working down to the wire. That's not to say she'd let the deadline creep up on her, of course. Quite the opposite. Every day after school and until bedtime, she's been working hard at it. And now it just needs the finishing touches. She was so anxious today, just completely beside herself, pestering me during lunch and throughout our classes together about how she wanted to finish right away, to the point I had to talk her out of ditching class. She settled for dragging me back to her place the split second class ended. Good thing I'd thought ahead and brought my formal clothes the night before. Brand new mauve blazer by Jacquard Creek. Freshly tailored slacks pressed to perfection. And polished black leather dress boots to give myself that extra height. Tiny errant flecks of paint jump off the canvas beside me. Each one gives me a mini heart attack. You told me not to, but I can probably sneak a glance out of the corner of my sunglasses. As I try to get a peek, however, a claw gently flicks my cheek, followed by a little growl. Nope. No peeking. Come on, you said you needed me here for support and I can't even see it? No peek. Just sit. Sit and watch Peak Fiction. She gestures to the TV she set up to play Maniac as background noise. You think you'll finish in time? Absolutely. Careful not to wear out your fingers. I can make it, I just need you here. Just being near her was enough as support. Though her tail would slither its way towards me. Ink are going to be the sharpest man of the dance. Oh, absolutely. I mean, just look at those shades right then and there. That's 70%. It, along with guts, occupied my lap, and my actual support became evident as my hand ran over both scales and fur, eliciting cooing noises of comfort from both my girlfriend and her pet. Really, I felt more like a glorified pet sitter watching over the oddest friendship between a snake and a rat. But it was part of her process for this, so I obliged, content to wait and to see Latican's tribute in time. Plus, Olivia really did have good taste in shows. I'm a little disappointed I won't get to finish this one tonight. Alas, we have more important matters. Okay, I think it's ready. She holds up a finger to my lips, appraising her work, scanning for any minute flaw. Yes, this is it. Oh, can I see? Not yet. It needs to dry. But I need to wash up my big date. She holds out her arms, absolutely splattered with purples and blues, and get changed. So, out. Wow, I'm being kicked to the street, no longer useful. Darn right, go mingle with the plebeians for a while. I squeeze her hand and get up from the bed. Come on, I want to show you my dress. Alright. 'Tis the season to be jolly, and the Payne's place lives up to the saying. From roof to floor, the house is decked out for the holidays, completely changing its atmosphere. Warm, nostalgic, inviting, comforting. Even outside, the house is adorned with an array of colourful Christmas lights. The rest of the Paynes and Liz are lounging in the living room. Hey everyone. Inko, is it true you ordered a... I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a surprise for her, huh? Oh, my bad. Thanks again for covering most of it, Inko. It's pretty exciting to get one of those. Yeah, Olivia's gonna love it. I can't help but feel like we should have pitched in more. Ah, don't worry about it. It was my idea after all. Nice jacket, by the way. Why, thank you. Just then, Damien takes a seat right next to Liz, casually slinging an arm around her. Yep. Finally, some progress between those two. Damien looks my way with flickering eyebrows and a smug, toothy grin. He knows he's won. With suave moves like that, I should have kept in mind to use them on Olivia. Sophia looks like she's about ready to burst with excitement and can't hold it in any longer. Oh, my little boy's all grown up to be a man. Mom! Now, son, that's every parent's God-given right to tease their kids. One day, you'll be doing the same with yours. Yippee, you guys gonna be like this all night? Where's Vinny when you need him? I didn't want your little brother being left out on having some fun tonight, so he's having a big sleepover with his karate team. And let's be fair, I'm not going to risk that little rascal accidentally making a mess of anyone's outfits right before their big night. As much as I love the little guy, the last thing I'd want is acid damaging my evening gown. You know, I think I'm coming down with something. Oh, stop it, you. For the next couple of minutes, we simply relax and wait for Olivia. Well, Damien and I relax. With the way he has his arm around Liz's waist, a blush begins to steadily grow on her cheeks and down her neck. Kinda reminds me of an upside-down thermometer. Damien scooches her closer to him and uses his other hand to guide her flustered face towards his. He leans in and seemingly whispers something in her ear. And whatever it is that he said makes the Lizometer hit 1,000 degrees with an alerted yelp. Lamau, Vinny bursting in now would be too funny. The mom was right though, 100%. She made exactly the right decision. His parents are grinning from ear to ear as she squirms at their gaze. Despite the embarrassment radiating off her like a fireplace, I don't feel too bad for her. Pretty sure this is what she wants. Though what the heck did Damien say to her? Also, is he doing this on purpose? Why are we all looking at the giant licorice whip? A scratchy voice draws my attention and I turn to see. I'm genuinely floored. The dress, the accessories, the makeup. Elegance springs to mind. Regal, too. What escapes my lip is beautiful. The others are also complimenting her, but she pays them no mind. She's looking only at me, as I am her. Bashfully, Olivia looks away at last, and I clear my throat. My cheeks feel exceptionally warm, and Olivia is practically aglow. You look beautiful, Olivia. Thanks, Inko. Auntie Sophia helped with the dress. She twirls her chair about, allowing me to take in her from all angles. Oh, please, Olivia, you worked on that dress too. Only with the fitting, Auntie. Her twirling finally stops so that she can bring her chair closer to me. I find myself on one knee, hands and arms helping to ease her from the wheelchair and onto the couch. It's been second nature for a while. With Olivia settled nicely there, I retake my spot just beside her. A satin-gloved A satin-gloved hand finds its place in my palm, and Olivia's head leans slightly against my shoulder. I feel as though my face is aflame with heat. But damn girl getting it. 100%. Yet I don't mind it as the girl beside me presses closer. Now, don't get cozy, you two. The ride to the formal should be getting here any minute. Olivia's head leaves my shoulders so that she could look to Sophia. Aren't we taking Liz's car? I wouldn't mind, but with these clothes? Nuh-uh. Inko thought of a better idea. We all pitched in, though. Olivia's looking at me now, squinting ever so slightly with scrutiny. What did you do? Well... I did that. Damien and Liz are already moving towards the door. I get up and take hold of Olivia's wheelchair, stabilizing it for her. Inko, what? Good night, Randy, Sophia. I'll have her home tomorrow morning. Inko? Have fun, you two. Don't do anything we wouldn't. Randy! Olivia's head is still turning wildly between us as I wheel her out to the open front door. The Gator head finally stills, and I'm sure her eyes are as wide as saucers as she sees what's parked in front of the house. Figured for such a big night, we deserve to ride in style. What about the tomorrow morning bit? Oh, we're going to hang out at my place after. Is that why I'm missing my favourite PJs? The limousine driver is already at the passenger door, holding it open for us. I gently push the wheelchair towards the vehicle as she continues to stare at it in awestruck silence. Okay, wow, alright, this is... If I may. You may. I carefully take the painting from her with both hands and place it against the back seat. Once Olivia's satisfied, it's her turn. Oh, wow. It looks even nicer than on the website. Hey Inky, the bar's free game, right? I throw Damien a thumbs up. It's all paid for, amigo. With a little help from Liz, of course. Awesome. Damien's already pulled 2 glass bottles of cola from the tiny fridge. Using a tooth like that was impressive, not gonna lie. Funny story, I remember working with someone who would open bottles with their tooth. So if you had a bottle of beer or something, you didn't have a bottle opener, you hand it to him, he snaps it open. Somehow doesn't have any broken teeth, though. He cracks open the second one with relative ease. For you. He gestures with his bottle if I'd like one. Sure. Careful you don't spill on the painting. Even a drop lands on it and I'll murder roll you. Yeah, of course. Can I see it? Nope. No one lays eyes on it until we set it up in the memorial room. I promised myself that. Whoa, you made the painting without even looking at it? You did? Wow. Shut up, both of you. I lean back into the plush seating, letting my arms rest gently over Olivia's shoulders. She leans her head into my shoulder in response, a low coo escaping from her mouth. The skyline of Volcandera is painted in an evening glow as we relax to the low rumbling of asphalt on rubber. Christmas lights dance and flicker across the face of buildings, turning what would normally be a bland colour palette into something much more vibrant. The whole ride there we shared drinks and stories of the past semester. It's like the party's already started. I heard they got the big name disc jockey this year. I can't wait to dance. I'm dying to check out the buffet they've been posting around the school site. I didn't know you checked that. Special occasion. They got everything tonight, man. You name it. Burgers, pasta, steak, tacos, cakes. Even some of those yummy leaves for Liz. I'm glad you thought of me. I'll be gunning for the buffet room first thing. See, I'd probably be on his side, run straight for the buffet. I'm not even joking. In any kind of events, if there's a good buffet, I go straight towards it. You guys will be joining us for dinner, right? Maybe, but first, I want to get this painting on display as soon as possible. Thanks for helping me do this, Inko. I smile and squeeze Olivia's hand. She squeezes back. The shining moment finally comes as our limousine pulls into the open carport in front of the venue, drawing the attention of the crowd. We wait for another minute or so in anticipation before the passenger door opens wide. Taking initiative, I step out into the open as the driver sets up the wheelchair with a flourish. Our ride makes a great set piece and naturally draws the attention of everyone nearby as I ease Olivia into her chair gently. Whoa, is that? That's Inko and Olivia. Her dress looks amazing. Man comes in a whole ass limo, and I get here in my beat up wagon. Olivia's smiling nervously while she carefully removes the painting from the back seat. I forget sometimes not everyone is so acclimated to this sort of attention. Have a good evening, sirs and madams. I thank the driver before we make our way to the entrance. A decorative red carpet stretches from the driveway and right into the venue, giving our walk inside a sense of glamour. We approach the sign-in table where a sizable line of other partygoers look our way. Figures. Oh, I'm an organizer. With the painting for the memorial, you are too. Sorta. What's that mean? It means we can just waltz right in. Sweet! Circumnavigating the line, we see a familiar blue dino handling the sign-in and looking exceptionally exhausted. Though he smiles as usual when he sees us, his shifting eyes and rapid finger tapping indicate otherwise. Hey, you guys, you made it, and in a limo, no less. Gotta travel in style. I couldn't agree more. Ben then makes eye contact with Olivia. And it's nice to see you up and about again, Olivia. I mean, crap, I didn't mean it like that. Hey, Ben. The tired teen double takes, clearly surprised that Olivia actually replied to him at all. So, these two have history. He basically wrote an article in, I think it was a student newspaper, which basically said that Olivia here is such a good artist despite her disability. The way he wrote it made everyone think, oh, she's disabled, she should be winning prizes and stuff because of that, as opposed to the strength of her art and her talent, which is why there was beef between the two of them. She seems to have gotten over that though, and now she has confidence in her own skills and art, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. The tired teen double takes, clearly surprised Olivia actually replied to him at all. Damien takes the moment to scribble a bit on the clipboard Ben was holding. Alright, we're signed in. Come on, Liz. Oh dear. I like how the head stays there. Be seeing you guys. Whoa! Ben clears his throat as though to dislodge the shock clogging his airway from Olivia speaking to him for once. How have you been? Olivia scans over briefly. I'm holding together okay. I feel like making this has really helped. Would have liked for Mr. Latican to see this, but... Her snout motions down to the frame she's clutching tightly to. A heavy breath escapes Ben as his shoulders sag. Yeah, He sucks back in that breath, squaring his shoulders. I'm sure he's happy with it already, Olivia. My date looks down to her lap, eyes shut tight. But she has a soft smile and nods. Well, gotta keep the line moving. Don't want to keep everyone waiting out in the cold. Right. And hands us a clipboard along with a pen. Olivia and I sign in, and I hand it back to Ben. Great, you're all set. Thanks, Ben. Of course, enjoy the night. I offer Ben a slight wave as Olivia and I continue forward. The memorial room is probably in one of the side halls. I should have given us a map. Wouldn't be that hard to find. Olivia smirks as I take the head, letting her hold the covered art piece closely. take another drink. Just as I predicted, the memorial room isn't hard to find. It's a smaller room, well lit and with little furniture. On the far end, a framed picture of Latican and some of his old pictures from his classroom. Some from him, some from his students. There's a few other students here paying their respects. Olivia taps my wrist with her tail and I let go. I walk alongside her as we approach the portrait. I wonder when this was taken. It can't have been that long ago. He looks just like he did earlier this year. So in case anyone missed it, Latican here that was a teacher that these two both admired, and he passed away due to bone cancer. So this is the memorial to have the students say goodbye to this teacher. Olivia rolls slowly up to the memorial, still clutching the covered art piece. Is there an easel around or something? I was told there'd be one. Oh! There's an adjustable hanger on the wall with bits to attach to the painting, hanging in a little baggie. Wow, they thought of everything. Yeah. Can you put the hangers on? I'll hold it steady. Sure. I get the baggie and Olivia stands the painting on her legs. Alright, take the covering off. Gently. Olivia watches carefully as I lift the cover. From this angle I can't make anything out other than the same blues and purples. She breathes a sigh of relief when she sees nothing got damaged on the trip over. Okay, I fasten the hangers to the back of the wooden structure. I hope it's good enough. It will be. Done. Olivia gently raises the painting, carefully hanging it up on the wall like it could come off any second. That's nice. Finally, we both back away and the finished painting is revealed to me. My hand clasps Olivia's shoulder in support. Olivia's head turns down towards the floor for a few moments before a smile curls on her face. Finally, I can appraise the painting fully. It's definitely the fountain, as well as the park we found it at, but its colours are brilliant, excluding a heat to it with the warmer colours than Olivia's used in the past. Where her previous works always had a dreamlike quality to them, this one brings the warmth of the sun to mind, as if you were basking under the sun's light during the summer. Well, do you like it? Do you? I do. I'm proud of it. I was going to say something about how my opinion wouldn't matter to you if you did, but that's a better answer. I'm also proud of it. It's beautiful. You knocked it completely out of the park. I think we did. We? Yeah. Without you, I really don't know if I could have finished it. Silver grey irises turn from the new painting and focus entirely on the portrait in the centre of the display. While the sounds of the dance are still in the background, the pervading silence within the room overshadows it. Olivia's gloved hand covers mine, still on her shoulder. Standing before our teacher's mural, I bow my head and offer him my quiet thoughts, thanking him for teaching me, for being more than just a teacher, but a friend, and for looking after the girl I fell in love with. When my eyes open, I see that Olivia's head is still bowed forward. A singular droplet seeps from the corner of her eye. I gently wipe it away with my thumb before it can possibly drip down onto her dress. She smiles in gratitude after, and her eyes reopen. Olivia? I'm okay, Inko. Automatically following her, she spins her chair around. Olivia faces the doors. Come on, we gotta get to that buffet. Why? I'm sure they'll have enough. Damien's gonna steal all the good stuff. Duh. Okay, they got their priorities in order. She turns with a wry smile my way and speeds up her wheeling. I doubt Damien could, but I can imagine him trying. Olivia becomes a veritable plough, uncaring for the other partygoers as she leads us to the buffet. It's not too far, and thankfully no one ended up actually being run down by her. And for all those sour looks that she was receiving, Olivia didn't care. Her attention was focused solely on what lay before her. The cafeteria isn't far away. Tables line the area, some for seating and others containing nothing but food. It smells so good. I've already grabbed a pair of trays from nearby along with 2 sets of utensils. Alright, our man here's got his priorities straight. Olivia motions to take her seat, but I shake my head. Let me handle the food. Why? So you can actually move. You'd be putting your dress at risk trying to hold the tray and keep up with the line. With a roll of her eyes and a sigh, Olivia's hands drop back to her armrest. Fine. Olivia drew herself just outside the line, scoping out the particular dishes that she wanted. By the time I got to the end, Olivia's tray was covered with heaps of grilled meat. I decided on a more eclectic sampling of dishes. I wanted to savour my meal as opposed to Olivia's plan to devour hers. She holds our meals while I push her ahead to hunt down a table. Thankfully, the search is short as a particular red hand waves at us in the near distance. Once we get situated at the table, Damien greets us with a sauce-stained grin, while Liz nurses a tall glass of ice water beside him. The two look happy, yet exhausted. Having fun? You know it. Just stop by for seconds. Busting a move ain't easy. Seconds? Already? I told you, if we got here any later, the cafeteria would have been closed. I'm not even going to question how you eat so much and still move around the way you do on the dance floor. It's all in the method. Oh, please. You two plan on hitting the floor? Absolutely, I'm getting a dance tonight out of this guy. You say that as if I'd even consider turning you down. Damien's eyes closed for a moment in thought. Feel like I'm Oh! You're painting. Did it get set up okay? Yeah, I hung it up in the memorial room. You can see it now. Really? Hold on. It looks really good. Thanks. All words finally said, Olivia and I start on our meals. Wait, shouldn't you dance and then eat? Because if you've got a full stomach and you try and dance, it's not impossible, but no, whatevs. While I savour the tender meat of my steak, a deep vibrato reverberates in my ribcage. I see you are all enjoying the evening. Oh, he cleans up well. We all turn to see Liz's uncle approaching. Damien smiles and waves, but I notice how he scooted his chair away from Liz. The older man finally reaches us and pulls up a chair to sit down. Yeah, Damien's been so sweet, Uncle Mike. The mustachioed whale nods, smiling at Liz's date. Yeah, totally. Just nothing but fun, Mr. Ferris, sir. It's the first time I've heard a fake laugh from Damien. I didn't know you'd be chaperoning, Mr. Ferris. Well, of course I would be. After all, it's my darling niece's first proper date. Look at that face. I'm starting to feel bad for Damien as I watch him sink lower in his seat. Though Liz does come to his rescue. Uncle Mike? The older man laughs as he fends off his niece's attempt to headbutt him with his massive hands. We'll overlook the fact that that's the uncle, that's the niece. I mean... Well, no, I guess maybe she's related to a plesiosaur somehow. I'm not being serious, Lizbeth. Mind your head. Liz relents, scooting herself right next to her date and wrapping him in a hug. Damien splutters and looks between the two family members. Oh, by the way, Olivia. I just visited the memorial with Miss Scaler, and we saw your latest piece. Olivia pauses on the last bite of her mallet. Quite a work, Miss Alford. Olivia's tail reaches up and giddily shakes my hand around. He knows what happens at proms. He does. He was young once. Thank you, Mr. Ferris. In fact, when your principal saw it, she immediately wanted to showcase it in St. Hammond's Gala. Specifically where Dreamscape once was. Oh. It's your painting, so it's up to you. I figured I'd come and let you know before they try and take it later tonight. Olivia ponders it while her fork spears at a particularly slippery piece of greasy bird. I don't mind, but I'd like to take it with me when I graduate. Miss Ferris nods, taking a small notebook from his pocket and writing some notes into it. Of course, Olivia. How's the brisket? I may spring for some when I get around to dinner. Try the roast duck as well. It's amazing. I think I will. Have a wonderful night, everyone. He starts to turn but stops and looks at Damien and stares. Damien nods his way, and with that, Mr. Ferris leaves us to our meals. By no means a fast eater, but I manage to finish my own meal before Olivia finishes hers. I lean back in my chair, stretching my arms back. Across the ballroom, I see Ben heading behind the curtain on stage. Say, that reminds me. Hey, Olivia. Finish what's in your mouth. What? Has Ben talked with you recently? No. When we saw him earlier was the first time I'd talked to him in years. Weird. What's so weird about it? He told me weeks ago he wanted to apologize to you for everything, and I said he should tell you himself in person. He said he would, and it hasn't happened. Maybe he forgot? He has been very busy lately. Well, we got some time, right? Why not go say hi? Olivia finishes off the last rib on her plate, gnawing at it as she calculates this decision internally. Alright, I guess. If you think it's a good idea. You guys go on ahead. I'm about ready to go get back to breaking it down. How about you, Liz? Don't want to tire you out. Oh, I can go for a bit longer, yeah. I'm here to party the night away. I collect our plates and quickly walk them to the collection spot for them. Olivia's moved to the side, freeing the table for another group to take it. Taking her chair's handlebars to take us around the dance floor. Alright, I just want to take a quick moment to say that the soundtrack for this game is available on YouTube. It's awesome. Give it a listen. It's well worth it. Anyways, I just need to take a drink. We can clearly see Liz as we pass it, though Damien's hidden by the press of bodies. Her face and neck are once again scarlet. Geez, wonder what Damien is doing to elicit that kind of look from her. Once we pass the crowded area of the room, I see a solitary set of double doors at the stage's side. That must lead to the backstage area then. He should be back there. Want me to find out though? Olivia's hand grasps the door handle and I draw her chair back to open it. Reaching over her, I keep the door open so she can wheel herself in, following right after her. Inside the backstage area, it's a lot quieter. Despite the DJ blasting music just a few yards away, these curtains must be thick. Well, the speakers aren't facing us anymore either. Got Faye busting a move there in the chat. I love it. A few lights are on the onto the staff can see, though barely anyone's around at the moment. Across the way, sitting on a crate and swirling a glass of soda to himself, is Ben. He doesn't notice our approach and jumps a little when he sees the two of us. What are you two doing back here? This place is off limits. Olivia and I wanted to say hey, check in on you. Okay. Hey. This place is still off limits. Right now I'm on the only break I get all night. You said you and Olivia wanted to see me? I don't want to hold a grudge anymore. What? He puts his cup down, suddenly more attentive. That's surprising. I told her about our conversation from a month ago. She said you never went to see her, so I got curious. Oh, yeah, I did say I would, didn't I? Sorry, I forgot I've been, busy. Alright, let me gather my thoughts. Ben runs his hands through his hair, thinking of how to string his words together. Olivia? I'm sorry. About all those years ago. I thought I was doing something to help you out. Instead, it pushed us apart and hurt you. Made you doubt yourself. Made you feel cornered so you felt you had no choice but to shut everyone else out. I didn't know it would affect you that much. And I've been regretting it for years. I'm sorry. Beyond the muffled beats of music playing just beyond the curtain, a silence hangs in the air. Thanks, Ben. It means a lot to hear that from you. I still want to ask, why? Why? Why did you do that to begin with? Ben flinches and looks aside in hesitation. I felt bad for you. Wanted to do something nice. And? No and. That's it. Dang. Sorry if the answer isn't satisfying. It's fine. I'm not sure what I was expecting either way. I just know that it's well past time to forget about all of that. So, we can be friends again? I'd like to take it one step at a time. Okay. Maybe sometime in the future. It's a lot to process, even this conversation happening for me. I get you. I thought we'd never be able to just talk it out like this. Yeah. The steady march of heels approaching. Oh, I was wondering where Mia was. I get worried for a second that it's staff here to kick us out, but it's just Mia. There you are. Good Lord, Ben, I've been looking everywhere for you. You've just been lazing here the whole time? I'm out here looking like a chump with no date. I told you already if you want your... Oh, you two. Mia. You're not still mad about that, Oh, of course not. Don't be stupid. As far as we're concerned, it's water under the bridge. So how have you been? Making any new pictures lately, Olivia? Oh, don't tell me she did something to the painting. I just finished a new one. It's hanging in the memorial room. I saw it. Looks good. Hey, how come mine didn't look like that? I'm joking. I hadn't gotten a chance, unfortunately. Oh, it's great. I can hardly put it into words. It's a piece by Olivia, that goes without saying. An odd air of calmness settles on us as we just stand there in the low lighting of the backstage area. Even Mia seems to have fallen into its grasp as she leans against the box Ben is sitting on nonchalantly. Well, only one semester left. Yep. And then we're all out into the real world. So, we're all cool with each other? Sure. Stay out of my way and I'll stay out of yours. Deal? Deal. Great. Then we can cross that finish line without incident. You want to graduate without any more antagonism? That's always what I wanted. Just other crap makes it the only option. I don't get it. I don't expect you to. Ben chugs the last of his drink. Well, this was nice, truly. Yeah, alright. We should get going. Right, Olivia? You guys enjoy your night. Thanks. Be seeing you guys. See you, Ben. Ciao. Well, that ended in a very calm and civilized way. I was not expecting that. I push Olivia out of the backstage area and into the bright, loud ballroom again. That went pretty good. Honestly, I still, for obvious reasons, dislike that any of my friends are around Mia, but what can you do? That's just how life is. I've got the people I've got, and that's what matters. My chain of thought is broken by Olivia's tail tugging hard on my wrist. What, Olivia? You okay? She doesn't respond verbally, simply pointing to where her shocked wide eyes are staring. Following her gaze, I see... Is that Mr. Ferris? Couldn't be. Then again, he's the only whale in attendance. Am I seeing things? No? Turn my eyes away to see Damien and Liz. Mr. Ferris is busting it down. Extremely hard. Like, genuinely worried for the dance floor hard. How is that even possible? Uncle Mike's actually an avid dancer. I kid you not. A couple of years ago I was at a Christmas party. It was a work one. And one of my colleagues' partners, he is a professional dancer. Like, actual professional paid to dance, is also a teacher. When you see a professional going at it on a dance floor, it's nothing like the weird, awkward shuffles that we all do. It's day and night. Anyways, bit of an aside. There's avid dancer and then there's bringing the amount of heat to the floor. Did he always know how to do? What? Can we see a cutscene, please? No, actually, this is the first time I've seen him dance like this. The crowd around Mr. Ferris has finally broken their silence, cheering him on as he thrashes the dance floor like crazy. Ah, I see now. Mr. Ferris finally got some swag. I can't help but feel some pride as I watch the older gentleman spin with reckless abandon on his head. He's breakdancing? Oh, I guess he's... Mr. Ferris pants and takes a knee, showing off his freaky whale teeth with his gasping smile. So, the dude was breakdancing the whole time? Crazy. That was... exhilarating. Liz's head vanishes for a split second, but returns with a full pitcher of water. He accepts the pitcher, drinking greedily from it, like it was just a mug. Oh, thank you, sweetie. That was awesome. You gotta teach me. Gladly, though not anytime soon. He practically collapses on the chair beside us, sipping from the pitcher some more. Why don't you all take my spot? I left a sizable opening on the dance floor, after all. So he did. Our peers are still in the middle of uploading their phone recordings of Mr. Ferris. The music is still pumping. Once I start wheeling Olivia to the floor, her shock vanishes completely. It switches to excitement. Hey, there we go. Baby dancing. Damien and Liz aren't too far behind, and soon enough we're among the throng of seniors dancing to the fast pulse of the music. I feel myself completely captured by it, most of my limbs flowing with the rhythm. I don't mean to destroy my cool and calm attitude, but I'm a terrible dancer. Not even kidding. I keep one arm on Olivia's chair, causing her to also fall into my rhythm. We dance together like that, Olivia's arm and tail moving together with the swaying of her wheelchair while I dance alongside her. Song after song, that's the only measure of time I have left, as all I care to do is move beside Olivia, sharing her overwhelming cheer as she moves beside me. At a certain point, my throat's too dry to ignore. Olivia caught me rubbing my throat and decided it was a good time to break for soda. So we sat on the outskirts of the dance floor, resting against each other and catching our breath. So, good night so far? Yes, absolutely. Looks like Mr. Laddikish model in the back with the short hair. Oh! I didn't even notice that. Well spotted. We'll interpret it as his spirit watching over them as opposed to a reused asset, which is probably the more logical conclusion, but he was there in spirit, busting a move in the dance floor with his students one last time. Of her life? My thoughts go back to the parties I had gone to. There'd been dancing and talking and lots of people, but when I compare tonight to all of those small house parties, too much? No, actually, I think you're right. This has been one of the best nights in my life too. Gotten to do just about everything I was hoping. Everything? My chin rests atop her hair, the sweet scent of her shampoo concentrated in her tiny hair bun, further relaxing me. Olivia's hand clings tightly to mine and I reciprocate. You? Almost. There's just one thing. The slow dance? Ah, I knew it. Slow dance. The pop music dies down and the lights start to dim, signalling the start of the slow dancing. After that, the party's going to be over. I feel her head turn, her bun pushing my cheek and making me pull away. Olivia looks wistfully towards the dance floor, where the crowd is diminished to only the couples swaying gently to and fro. She's clearly thinking about something. Something. Right. I stand up and face her, taking both hands. Olivia? Would you like to dance? Yes. Yes, please. That would be perfect. Olivia practically jumps back into her wheelchair from the seat. Come on, they're only playing a few of these sappy tracks. Her tail drags me by the arm to an open spot on the floor. Alright, how are we going to do this? A hum of mirth slips through Olivia's smile as she takes my hands in her own and takes the lead of our dance. Oh, look at that. My date sways side to side within her chair, slowly falling into the gentle rhythm of the romantic music. Her grin grows wider as I match her pace, stepping left and right in tandem with Olivia. Her beautiful silver eyes are almost hypnotic as I find myself lost in them. I feel as though I could linger in this moment for the rest of my life. It's Olivia's voice that dispels the trance she had over me. So, for the briefest moment I hear worry in her tone. This is good, right? I present her with my most reassuring look. Absolutely, Olivia. Olivia's eyes turn downward. Yeah, but there's still hesitance in her voice. My fingers squeezed lightly to draw her eyes back to me. Olivia, what's wrong? I've been practicing just for this. Yeah? Yeah, because I've been thinking about it a whole lot too. It's been bothering me that we can't really dance, you know? This is perfectly fine though, Olivia. I mean, I want this to be the best it can be without letting any dumb condition get in the way. And you do too, right? Except I don't mind one bit. We can't dance like everyone else. So what? We're still dancing. Olivia smiles, though it carries a hint of mischief. Trust me, alright? I want to show you something. She breaks away from my embrace. Huh? What? Just keep your eyes on me, Inko. She's using a tail to stand up. Damn. You go, girl. That's nice. Well, they're having fun. That's all that matters. Although her tail's going to be cramping like crazy tomorrow. It's probably not built for what she's using it for. That was awesome. Damn, we saw Inko's eyes. We've like never seen that. We've seen it like 3 or 4 times in the whole game. So you know this is serious. I love that. I'm exhausted. I'm thrilled. I love her. She really went so far just for me. No, just for us. I'm thankful I have these glasses. I feel pricks of tears at the corners of my eyes. The final song ends and the lights brighten once more. The crowd around us shifts. Some people are leaving, probably to go home now. But others take their place, looking towards the stage for whatever ending ceremony there might be. I mean, in most of the cutscenes, we don't see Inko with eyes at all, except when he gets angry. So, I for one love it. Ben approaches the mic stand on stage, leaning into the microphone after making sure it's turned on. Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for coming tonight to the annual St. Hammond's Winter Formal. And a huge thanks to our student council team for putting this whole thing together. I hope everyone here made some memories they'll treasure forever. With that last dance, our time here is up, and you're all free to go. Good night, stay safe, and enjoy your winter break. We'll be seeing you all next year. He waves once more and returns backstage. Some students start milling out towards the doors of their cars. Damien and Liz find us through the crowd. Hey, that was amazing out there. Thanks. You guys ready to bail? Yeah, the limo's out front still. We got him until midnight. Heck, we can stop somewhere too if we wanted. Oh, snap, like ice cream? In this weather? In any weather. Olivia? I'm steaming hot. I actually would like a root beer float. Sounds like a plan. Olivia's tail trembles from the overexertion, but still snakes around my wrist as always. She huddles to herself as we leave behind the grand con center and go out into the freezing air of the city. True to my word, the limo waits just outside down the walkway. The driver gets out on seeing us and goes to open the door for us. Damien and Liz hop in, sighing in relief at the heated seating. I start helping Olivia in. Just like her tail, her legs are quaking from exhaustion as I help her make the jump from the chair to the seat. We're all collapsed on the cozy seats, the euphoria from the dance finally wearing off and leaving us with just the exertions of them. It's a pleasant soreness though, as Olivia rests against me with a yawn and tired smile. Damien hands out the last bottles of blissfully cool soda, which we nurse slowly. Now all that awaits us is a calm evening with my friends. Once more my head lays atop Olivia's, feeling her soft hair tickling my cheek pleasantly. She nuzzles back against me, her eyes slowly closing. Tonight definitely was the best night of my life. Wait. Wasn't I supposed to give a speech? What? I swear there were supposed to be speeches for Latican. Ben was going to do one. I had something ready. Oh yeah, what gives? We tried to argue for extra time with the venue owners for it. They wouldn't budge, so we just had to cut the rest of the formal short. I checked my phone. 9:53. Huh. Is something up? Maybe, but we all got dismissed anyway. You guys can go check it out if you want. I'll chill here. Should we? Olivia looks back to the entrance. Some people are still leaving, but I can see most are still inside, probably waiting for their rides, since the formal ended early. Yeah, I'm curious. Alright. Hey, don't start driving yet. Sorry, we're going to be a little while. Forgot something. Of course, we'll be right here. Thanks. Oh, what's going on? What's going on and why is it Ben's fault? We'll soon find out. Olivia and I get her back into the chair and I push her back through the cold into the con center. Inside, my classmates are standing around awkwardly, calling their folks. I guess we'll have to find Ben again? Alright, backstage? Maybe, let's check. As we pass through the crowd, the principal takes the stage. I swear she's based on Edna Krabappel. I just get that vibe. The mic isn't turned on. She annoyedly gestures to have it turned on and tries again. Ahem, excuse us. We're having some technical difficulties right at the moment. We should have one final event tonight. Our apologies for the confusion. Please wait while we get things organized. She's definitely annoyed at something. Something's up. When nobody's looking, we slip in through the staff-only door. Now, where would Ben be? He's not back in the main backstage area. There's a few other workers walking around dragging the dining room chairs into neat stacks. They don't pay us any mind, however. Best not to push our luck and ask them where Ben is. Maybe he already left? Doesn't sound like him. Yeah, well, where else? There's a number of storage rooms, but no dice either. Just as we're about to give up, Olivia points to one last door in the back. It's like the memorial room, only far in the back. There's a few tables and a fridge. Ah, this must be the lounge. That's occupied already. Here's trouble. Thankfully we found Ben. Though it seems like he's being accosted by Mia. It doesn't seem like she's noticed us as she looms over Ben. This is unbelievable. I really don't ask much of you. Could you, at the bare minimum, not be a jumpy spaz in front of my friends? I'm sorry. You better be. Tonight was important and you nearly ruined it. Mia, I'm sorry. I've been trying my best. You know I can't help it. Listen, I've been good like you wanted. Just please, I need my... Mia holds a finger to Ben's mouth. She jerks her head our way to direct a silent threat of violence at us. People are listening. What are you two retards doing? Eavesdropping like that? Crap. Hey Mia, we were looking for Ben. Oh my god, why? Clearly it's not a good time. In fact, you picked a very bad one. Show's over. Scram. Go home. I was saying, Mia, please, I need... Shh. How much longer are you holding it? You promised. I said, shh. I'm serious. Holding? What are you keeping from him? I waited like you wanted. You said you would. Alright, you know what? We should talk about this on the way home. Come on now. Mia, it's over. It's been a whole month. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. Please, I feel... Shut up already. What did you do to Ben? Nothing that concerns you, Willy Bin. Now come on, Ben. She huddles him by her chest and starts walking out the door. Naturally, we follow. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill both of you. I thought we agreed to stay out of each other's way, Do you want a kick to the face? You said Ben would regret not throwing Olivia and I under the bus. Fuck off. Ben, are you okay? Do we need to get security? And to think these two are dating. You are not doing that if you know it's good for you. She quickens her pace, stomping across the floor while Ben is struggling to keep up. We're about halfway across the backstage. No, Olivia, no, don't do that. I just need something she promised. Everything is okay. Dude, you look like you're about to have a heart attack. I'm fine, I just need the... Ben, you shouldn't be talking now. We're going home, and we can talk about it then. Ben can't keep up with Mia and trips. Fucking idiot, get up, get up! Yeah, we should get security. Like hell you are. Fuck, I'm surrounded by idiots. Mia, I can't wait any longer. Just please, I need it to be normal. Shut up, you fucking idiot. Ooh. Oh shit. Oh, damn. She just punched out her own boyfriend. In front of 2 other people. Okay, that's some actual domestic violence there. That's not good. Mia's fist is frozen where it made contact. She pulls it back and stares between it and us. She knows it was a mistake. Her low impulse control finally got the better of her. Oh. Ben shudders on the ground. His glasses lie snapped in 2 parts, and he fruitlessly tries sticking them together like jigsaw pieces. Ben, are you alright? You know I didn't mean that, okay? My glasses. Hey, let's get you out of here. Nobody can see you like this, right? No one. You two, if you ever tell people about what you saw here, I will personally... Ben? Scalar opens the curtain right where we're at, lit up by the spotlight aimed at that spot. Whoop. She's been exposed. Toxic relationship. Sounds like Ben deserves better. 100%. Goodness gracious, I've been looking everywhere for you. Where have you been? Did you forget about the memorial? Miss Scalar, No excuses, get out here. Scalar grabs Ben by the shoulder and drags him through the curtain. Alright, now we can get... There's still a sizable crowd. Any murmurs clear out into a dead silence as everyone gawks. Fuck. Scalar jerks her head back to the gap in the curtains and rips it wide open. We're exposed to the bright stage lights, and Scalar rips her gaze between Olivia, myself, the broken glasses, and the person trying to hide them. Mia. She's caught like a deer in the headlights. Ben's fresh wound is bleeding bright red. It drips to the floor below. When he whimpers in pain, Miss Scalar finally looks back to him and fully takes in his condition. The droplet splattering is deafening. The audience's eyes are on Mia. Mia, are you mad? Benjamin, you stay here. I'll get you some help, okay? He simply whimpers more as our principal practically leaps off the stage to search for someone. 1,000 calculations run through her. Judging by the worsening, drained expression, none of them are good. There's murmurs in the crowd. Our peers talking amongst one another, pointing, questioning. Slowly the low din of words grows louder, the voices raising as their words are turned towards the stage. Is he okay? It's blood. What did she? Of course she did that. Is there a problem? Finally the questions turn into accusations, all directed at the red dino girl. So cruel. Uncalled for. Total bitch. Fucking abusive. That word clicks with her and she starts to move. Ben? I can't do this anymore. She starts yelling, loud enough that it carries to the other end of the room. What? I can't take this abuse anymore. Just look at me. You made me like this. All those years. Making put up this act, doing your dirty work, harassing all the students you don't want to deal with? Do you think I want to hurt people? I thought you loved me. I don't want to do your dirty work. I can't do it. All of this because you can't have people knowing about your condition. Mia, no, please. Mia yanks an orange bottle from her purse. The rest of the colour drains from Ben's face. He falls to his knees. Mia, please. You're a fucking psycho. I don't want these anymore. You're a liar and you've ruined my life enough. She throws the bottle at the floor. The contents scatter 100 directions all across the floor. Ben doubles over, covering his mouth. Now everyone else knows. Oh. Okay, I don't know. Is it legitimate? Like he is actually the psycho and this is legitimate? Or is it a case that she's cunning enough to try and fake this live on stage in front of everyone and he's actually the victim? Because if so, that's really clever of her. Mia has tears streaming down her face. She starts towards the exit. Ben's on antipsychotics? No way, it's a bunch of bull. Then what are the pills? The bottle rolls over to me. I don't know why, but I pick it up. I can't pronounce what's supposed to be inside, but I can read Ben's name printed clearly on the label. They're antipsychotics. So that's it. That's horrible. Ben had betrayed her when he didn't do her bidding. She had to tighten his leash by keeping it from him to remind him who's in charge and keeping him from making the same mistake again. Mia, I love you. Don't go. Get away from me, you freak. I'll do anything. He reaches out for her. Mia! Mia ignores him. The floor vibrates from the unmistakable sound of Ferris lumbering over. In spite of his size, the massive older man cuts Mia off. Fuck. I believe we need to have a talk, Miss Moretti. He reaches out to take her by the shoulder. But she ducks low, his grasp barely grazing her as she bolts past him and shoulders the backstage door open. And just like that, she's gone. Scalar returns to the stage with a first aid box in hand. She retakes the mic, her troubled words tumbling freely. I'm terribly sorry for all of that. We had planned to have some eulogies in honor of Mr. Latican, but... Scalar's pretty deflated after all that commotion. Ben. Where is Ben? Olivia tugs at my arm. She points off to the side where Ben is skulking off into the hallway. Well, that was dramatic. I think she's trying to blame him for her abuse, but then again, I have a point with the other idea. Yeah, it's kind of iffy because she seems relatively intelligent. I wouldn't put it past her to try that kind of approach, but at the same time, we'll have to wait and see. Halford? Looks like you're the only one left. Would you like to say a thing or two? It's fine if you don't. Olivia looks to me. Her eyes are filled with determination, sending me a silent signal. Of course, Miss Scalar. I'll speak on behalf of Ben, too. Olivia looks pointedly at me, waving me to go off after Ben. Nodding, I take the medic box from our principal and follow after our injured friend before he too can escape from view. Hello, everyone. I'm going to say a few words about our old art teacher, Mr. Latican. Walking after him, Olivia's words filled the now quiet hall. Mr. Latican was more than an excellent instructor. I always saw him like a father figure of sorts, wanting to do right by me and by the rest of his students. I recall all the time I spent with him, teaching me everything he knew, doing his best to guide me, not only as an artist, but as a person too. I'd gotten so caught up in my own worries that I couldn't see all the wonderful things around me. Stuck within stupid walls I had erected, made from pity and self-loathing, and he had been the one to help me break free from those walls. He helped me become a better person because he believed in me just like he believed in all of his students. I think our boy Inko here needs to learn how to look for people better because going between the door and the wall is not the best approach. Mr. Latican believed in the best of people, and I finally realized what Mr. Latican's life work was. Not any painting, photo, or sculpture. It was us, his students, helping us to become better people. Mr. Latican, thank you. You are a wonderful teacher. Amen. Ben sits on the ground in front of the memorial. He's not crying, but he's unresponsive. He's in shock. I guess I would be too. This has to be his worst case scenario. Hey. I set the first aid kit on the floor by him and sit as well. It goes unopened. Ben just stares up at the painting on the wall. This is hers? Yeah. It's good. Oh, hang on. I fish out the bottle from my pocket. The few remaining pills clatter in it as I pass it over. He takes it and stares at the contents before just downing the last dose. So, I'm not going to talk about this, Inko. Alright? With respect to Ben's wishes, I stay silent and Mr. Latican smiles down at us from his picture. She's been able to do something like this. Meanwhile, I'm just running around making things worse for myself. I look to the ignored first aid kit. He follows my glance and grimaces. Does it hurt? Feels better than what's inside. I'm probably only talking now because of the adrenaline. I don't feel like crying anymore. I just feel empty, or like throwing up. Now everyone knows. I tried, you know. All the social classes, all the times I forced myself to be a social person. I have noticed how well you get along with everyone. I did everything right. And now it's all for nothing. I don't think they'll care. Will they? Tell me, do you still see me the same way after hearing the word psycho? Neither does anyone else. It's just natural. It can be the mildest thing in the world, but the label doesn't discriminate. Even with all the good impressions I've made over the years, I'm a threat. I may as well just drop out and finish high school online. You're my friend still. You're Olivia's friend. Am I? Given time. We just sit a while staring at the painting. You know little Trudon? I took Olivia there. She loved the place. She got herself some fancy Asian paints for this. Yeah, he was trying. He was getting the help, the medication. He was doing his best. I'm still interested to figure out whether what Mia said was true or not. That's the part I want to figure out. He nods. Earlier I told her there wasn't any big reason I did what I did. That was a lie. You look at her and instantly know her whole deal. For better or worse, she can't hide what's wrong with her. But someone like me? Had to be told. That means so long as I can hide it, I'm normal. If I ever seek help, it just outs me. That hurt. So seeing her actively refuse it, take it for granted. One thing just led to another. It was stupid. That's just how feelings are, Ben. I notice my friend is looking less tense now. Mia. I don't want to talk about Mia. Oh, come on. I need to know. She's gone. She was always telling me once she graduated she'd get out of this dump. I was hoping she wouldn't. Hoping maybe she'd take me with her. You know she's gone. She's booking it across state lines as we speak. See? Ben shows the lock screen of his phone. The most recent messages from Mia. Sorry, I'm going. He sighs. 4 years. I loved her. He plays with the broken halves of glasses he picked up. He said he didn't want to talk about it. I won't pry. So we just sit. Latican's warm smile seems a bit brighter from his frame on the wall. I wonder if he would be happy with how everything turned out. I think he would. It was long and painful, but we finally made it. Became the people he'd aspired we'd be. Everything that's happened led up to here. Whether through resolving old grudges or finally escaping a horrible situation, things are changing. Once we leave the room, our new lives start. But for now, we can just wait in transit just a bit. Ben's like me in a lot of ways. I remember seeing him earlier this year, effortlessly turning social disasters in his favour. But I struggled to do anything without someone's approval or attention. Looks like he couldn't either, and Mia used that against him. Could I have ended up like that? After so long, I get a message. Ben notices I'm wanted. I'm not keeping you here. You can go. You gonna be alright? Well, my ride home is gone. I'll need to call my family. I meant with everything else. I don't know. Probably not. I'll probably finish processing all this soon enough. But thanks for talking with me. There's space with us. We can take you back. I stand up slowly. When Ben doesn't, I hold out my hand to him. I roll my eyes and smile. Ben, I'm offering you help. He stares at my palm as though I'd pull it away at any second. Ben's hand shakes as he holds it up towards me, but doesn't even attempt to grab my hand. So I grab his wrist and pull. Once more, Ben is on his feet now, thankfully more steady than when he walked here. Alright, man, let's get you home. He nods and follows after me. Though just before I exit the room, I look back one last time at our teacher. Mr. Latican, thank you for everything you've done. We exit the room and walk towards Olivia, who's waiting by the entrance of the convention centre. The rest of the place is in full cleanup mode. All the lights are on and staff are lugging around all the decorations to be stored away. When we reach her, I automatically take her handlebars and push her out of the building. Her head turns to Ben, eyes inspecting him thoroughly. How you feeling, Ben? His mouth moves to speak, but stops. He shakes his head, but keeps following. So, what flavour? Pardon? Flavour of ice cream. I told everyone we're going out to get some on the way back. I think I'll get some sea salt caramel. Olivia sticks her tongue out in disgust. Why would you ruin ice cream like that? Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Fine, I'll try it and then ask again. How about you, Ben? You know, sea salt caramel's great, right? We finally reach the limo and our driver moves to open the door for us. I don't know, I've never had it. Motion for Ben to get in before us. As he does, Damien greets him like his usual enthusiastic self. Once more, I help Olivia into the limo and the driver storing her seat in the trunk. And I finally lay myself in the luxurious seat. We can go right to your place to drop you off if you'd rather, Ben. He looks out the window back at the con centre. You're totally fine to roll with us for the night, man. Alright, I appreciate it. A limo slowly veers away from the convention centre and starts heading back towards the city. Olivia's head leans on my shoulder. Her content bellowing reverberates through my chest all the way until we've reached the ice cream drive-thru. In the end, all the options were picked. Ben and Liz got some cones of frozen yogurt while Damien chose an entire gallon of chocolate for himself and Liz. Olivia got herself a big old root beer float and sampled my cone of sea salt caramel. And while she acted like the icy delight had personally insulted her, I saw my girlfriend gaze longingly at the tub of it in the shop's standing cooler. Aha! Sea salt caramel it is. And night continued for a while longer. The The driver was more than happy to indulge us after a generous tip at the ice cream shop. We were driven around aimlessly enjoying our ice cream and simply talking the night away about our winter break plans. As our curfew drew near, Ben was the first to be dropped off. We said our goodbyes to him and he smiled and waved from his porch until we could no longer see him. The walls between him and Olivia seem to have finally been coming down. I'm hopeful they'll come around to see each other. The next and final stop was my house. We were going to make the most of tonight after all, which meant enjoying the rest of these gallons with some good shows. Giving our thanks to the driver, we entered my home and made ourselves at home. Stuffy clothes, a ditch for comfortable pyjamas, and we settle in my living room with the whole floor covered by air mattress. Liz's neck takes up the entire couch just so she can lay her chin on Damien's shoulder. Fallen asleep like that within the first hour of our anime marathon, leaving Olivia and I in peace to snuggle up together. A purring bellow rattled my ribs, but in a pleasant sort of way. Kind of like a massage, which I needed based on how worn out all my muscles feel. I felt like I could just melt in her embrace right now. My eyelids grew heavy as my body felt blissfully at ease. But there was one last thing I had to do before I fell asleep. Hey, Olivia? Her bellows subside briefly. Yeah? A lot of fun tonight. Yeah, me too. She smiles back at me, so soft and inviting. I give her smile a soft kiss. She reciprocates with a similar kiss on my own grin. So I do the same again, as does she. Back and forth we went, trying to kiss the smile off each other's lips. A war of smooches that I wanted to win, though my tiredness made it difficult. By the time my eyes refused to remain open, I admit my defeat gracefully. Love you, Olivia. The purring continues and I realize Olivia's fallen asleep. Love you too. We drew close to each other one last time, embracing sleep like we embrace one another. Oh, hang on. Let me just save that. Oh, I'm loving this. We've got just a little bit to go and then we should be at the very end. There's graduation and then there's one scene after it, which is what happens afterwards. Oh, damn, we've been going nearly 4 hours. But I'm committed. Oh wow, it's like 2 AM. A tiny, tinny holiday tune plays from a nearby radio as we work in the snow. Fresh, white, powdery rice crunches loudly underfoot, and our knitted mittens work to pile and compact heaps of fresh white powder. Not only compacted though, but sculpted. Vinny has a bright future ahead of him as he works studiously on his Christmas monuments. The loud chatter of teeth drawing nearer must be Damien. He must be done collecting those sticks we need. Taking a step back, I look over the 5 different piles of snow we've gathered from the yard. Vinny's got the arms here. Sweet, I need some twigs so I can make our mouths just right too. The younger boy finally stands and marches through the now muddy grass of the yard. Bro, Inky, you two start on the bodies. I'll make the heads. Damien salutes at his brother's orders and we all start on finishing Vinny's project before it gets too cold. While I'm fine with my new mittens and scarf, the brothers are nearly freezing themselves for Vinny's art, which at least motivates them to complete the 5 figures in the time it'd take me to finish a single snowman. Originally, Vinny was begging me to make a snowman in his stead, but he got ahead of himself and ended up giving himself an artistic version of a whole family of snow people modelled after the family. And I would have had to do that all myself, but Randy decided he had enough of all the yard-related tasks being delegated to me this season. At least we have the promise of lunch. Olivia's hard at work in the kitchen. Now, I've made a few snowmen in my day, but never snow dinos. Tails are easy enough. What's not easy is the beaks. As powerful as Christmas magic is, it's no match for basic physics. Damien tries making a very tall one to resemble Liz. It ends up crumpling under its own weight and falling over right in his face. After so long, I actually do manage to get the snoots right. Just a matter of how you pack it together. Look at those monstrosities there. And before long, there's a nice little group of snow dinos, one for each of the panes. Olivia's is special. It's sprawled out flat, like how she always lays in her bed. I see Olivia judging from the window. It's a playful glare that knows I'm right, but demands satisfaction for the hazing. Hold on, it's not quite finished yet. Vinny quickly begins forming another frosty figure next to Snow Olivia. Soon enough, it begins taking a humanoid shape, though lacking any significant details. Inky, can I borrow your shades? Oh, sure thing. Handing him my shades, the little dino presses the hinges straight into its head. There. Now it's everyone. Nice. Aww. I'll let Ink Sickle keep those for now. And there's the spare pair of shades. I love that. That's the second time they've pulled that gag. I think it's about time to head back inside. I fear Damien's frills might break off if we stay out here any longer. I wave the brothers towards the door, and they run ahead in search of warmth. For a moment, I consider adding some finer dinosaur-related detailing, but I don't want to keep Olivia waiting. I make my way inside, making sure to stamp the snow off my boots beforehand. By the time I see them, Damien and Vinny have already changed into dry clothes. The jackets they had worn. Man is prepared. Oh yes, he always has a backup pair of sunglasses. The jackets they had worn, designer made and thoroughly insulated for the cold, hung heavily on the coat rack nearby. I knew they'd be good gifts, especially for Vinny. I remind them how to clean the jackets later. The brothers sit on the couch, wrapped in down blankets and sipping hot chocolate way too quickly. It was 30 seconds. How did you get changed that fast? We're just trying to freeze to death as little as possible. It wasn't that bad, says the Argarthoid. That's not a slur, is it? In either case, I'd rather not get the couch all wet, so I'll just have to stand for now. At the very least, Damien gestures to the thermos of hot chocolate and spare mug on the coffee table. After yanking off my new handmade mittens, I pour myself a cup and savour the heat as my fingers regain feeling. Soon enough, the familiar sound of rubber on hardwood signals Olivia's arrival. The first thing she notices is the two Payne brothers clumped together on the couch. You two look like you're having fun. Yeah, did you see the snow guys we built? Made one that kind of looks like you. I saw. I'm flattered. And I just finished lunch. You hungry? I could smell it ever since I entered. The smell of well-seared meat and veggies. Ever since she came over to visit that one time, I've been dying to try her cooking again. Absolutely. I think I'll stay here for now. Damien, I'm offering you food. No sir, not getting out of this chair. Vinny takes the cue from his elder and follows his example, crossing his arms and smugly holding his chin up in defiance. You guys suck. Olivia motions me toward the kitchen. I take one last sip of the cocoa before joining her. She ladles me a bowl, explaining all the intricacies of the special way she learned to make this from Sophia. Though she would never tell me the secret Payne seasoning that she used to further enhance the taste of all her cooking. I carefully set the bowls in a large tray and hand the tray to Olivia, who sets it carefully across her armrests. A meal set, Olivia's hollow for food shakes the house to its foundation. Sophia and Randy meet us as I wheel Olivia into the living room, and they're looking well rested from their afternoon nap. Oh, thank you, Olivia. That looks fantastic. Olivia smiles and sets the tray down on the coffee table so she can start passing the bowls out one by one. With a flick of his tail, Vinny turns on the television, already set to a sports channel and playing a hockey match. Randy takes a noisy slurp of the broth, licking his chops after. Tastes fantastic too. So enjoy the stew so we can have the real Christmas treats. Real Christmas treats? When Olivia sees my confused look, she simply smiles and shakes her head. The rest of the Paynes look excited though and start voraciously slurping down their stew. Following their example, I abandon my spoon and take up my bowl and bring it to my lips. Just the right mixture of salty and spicy, the veggies and meat, and creamy broth going down so smoothly. As much as I want to savour my first sip, the others have already drank up most of their meal. So I too greedily slurp down my meal until I can set my empty bowl back down on the serving tray in satisfaction. Man, that really hit the spot, Olivia. Looking around, Olivia isn't in the room anymore. Olivia? Give her a moment, Inko. She's just fetching some things. I can only guess the treats based on how Vinny is vibrating the entire couch with his excitement. Alright, wouldn't be Christmas without these. These looking to be a tray filled with some kind of oddly shaped chocolates. Olivia wheels herself right next to me, so I take the tray from her armrest. She smiles and gracefully tosses herself beside me on the couch. Looking down at the tray again, the treats look like bundles of sticks held together by their sugary coating. They're called haystacks, Inko. Try one, you'll love it. I pop one of the smaller bundles into my mouth, chewing on the sweet and salty homemade candy. Marshmallow, butterscotch, and chow mein noodles? I hold up one of the uncovered sticks to inspect it. It's an older tradition, so I'm not surprised you don't know it, Inko. I take a couple more and pass the tray to Damien. They're quite delicious. Olivia plucks one of the pieces from my hand and pops it into her mouth, crunching the candy to oblivion. I'll be heading out now. Have a great stream. Stay awesome. Thanks so much, Ewan. Have a good afternoon, and thanks for popping in and hanging out. I appreciate it. Just like the stew, the tray of haystacks is devoured rapidly too. Randy sinks further into his recliner, drawing his wife into his lap with a surprised yelp from her. She shakes her head and settles beside him, looking over everyone else with a content smile. This is what the holidays are all about. Candy? Family, son. About being with the ones we love most, Vincent. The young boy considers her words. He comes to his own conclusion. Well, I love candy, so we should have more. He looks to Olivia, who snorts at his logic. I'll make more later, okay? Sweet. Knowing now that there will be more Christmas candy, the young dino's eyes are focused on the hockey game playing. On screen, the hockey puck is finally hit into the net. The shot is replayed a couple of times from different angles, all the while the professional commentators talk about the college teams. While they mainly focus on the players' game efforts, the commentators also highlight the players' plans and degrees. Which reminds me of what's to come soon. I'm back to school next week. Don't remind me. But it's the last semester before graduation, and we're free to do whatever. College, jobs. And he'll finally have that room to himself. Oh, that's true. Once you guys go, it'll just be Vinny here to keep us company. All my kids are growing up. Don't worry, Ma. Way ahead of you. I'll fail all my classes just for you. Not if you know it's good for you. Be strange seeing this place quiet for once. It's been pretty lively this year. I have to enjoy it while it lasts. It's a whole 6 months before we even graduate, guys. Yeah, plus I still don't have any real plans yet. School's probably going to be bothering us a whole lot about applying to colleges starting now. Wait, you have no plans at all? Olivia shrugs. I know what I want to do, obviously. But compared to Liz, she has the next decade of her life planned out. Maybe more. Liz just goes above and beyond. As for me, I don't really know either. Maybe college, but I'm open to other options. Guess it's a good thing we still got half a year then. Yeah. Damien stands up with a sly grin, marching back to the tiny Christmas tree in the corner. All the gifts had been unwrapped, but some of the presents were still beneath it, awaiting the Paynes to make room in their house for them. He scoops up something and comes back to the couch. Ah, I see, it's that new retro console. I still can't wrap my head around the concept. Wouldn't you want a console from the latest generation? Yo, leave the future to the future. We still gotta try all the presents. First game dibs. I can't stop my smile spreading, even though I know Damien's only trying to change the subject. Someone nips my shoulder. Hey, sup? We're forgetting someone. I want to give Guts his Christmas breakfast. Olivia pushes herself to the edge of the couch seat, but before she can set her knees on the floor, she pauses and turns her eyes my way. Inko, could you help me? Yeah, do you want your chair? She shakes her head no and then holds her arms out. I can feel my face heat up as I comprehend what she really wants. Don't you normally walk on your knees around the house? Just do it. Oh, there we go. The rest of her family look amused as I slide one arm beneath her legs and the other around her back. Olivia further secures herself by wrapping her arm over my shoulder. Lifting her up is slowly becoming muscle memory, though my gait to her room still feels awkward and wobbly. Olivia doesn't mind it, though, as she smiles contentedly the entire time, and even after I nearly drop her onto the bed. Once her tiny minion has properly fed his righteous Christmas feast, Olivia and I sit together on her bed and just hold each other. The hollering of the rest of her family is thankfully muted by her walls, and we finally have the quiet time I know she was looking for. My hands caress her back, drawing out her sweet, bellowing purrs, and she leans more and more against me. And with my face in her hair, I recall I still have something in my pocket for her. Pouts and nips my arm as I draw away from her. Let go of me. I got something for you. She grunts and releases her hostage. I pull the small box. Oh, small box? What? From my pocket, still neatly wrapped in shiny violet paper and topped with an emerald bow. She sits up and accepts the present, tilting an eyebrow. Why the wait? You could have given this to me when we were opening all the presents. This one's special. Go on, open it. He carefully tears the wrapping off the box and lifts the cover. Inside is a neatly folded sheet of cloth. When Olivia pinches it to bring it out, it unfolds into its true shape. It's a stylized tail brace, meant for support and warmth. It only required commissioning Liz for the pattern, and Sophia just needed the material to put it together. A motion for her tail, which he delicately sets in my hand. I did think it was going to be that already, and that was a bit early, but turned out to be a tail warmer. I noticed after our dance, it really took a toll on you. For a few days your tail was so scratched up and sore you didn't want to use it for anything at all. Even now I can feel the muscles beneath her scales are still hot and tender. With all care necessary, I slide the fashionable accessory over her tail. The elastic bands are already working, distributing a comforting pressure across her entire tail and causing Olivia to coo happily as she relaxes further on her bed. So you know, it won't be so rough on you next time. It takes a moment for Olivia to process my words. Her expression of contentment slowly changes to one of surprise, then a gentle smile. Next time? That'd be nice. The twitch of her cheek doesn't escape my sight. Olivia? You okay? Yeah, just... She chews her lip for a moment to think. Is it something bad? No, it's silly. I guess I just felt, I don't know, guilty for a second. Her fingers wring her blanket. Guilty? What for? It's... At some point while I was making the fountain painting, I was resting when I remembered something. When I was a lot younger, I would occasionally go for these physical therapy appointments. There were some other kids like me, actually, maybe 3 or 4 years old. One of them was able to waddle a bit with his tail. Almost everyone was excited he could manage that. The other kid's tail was too short. He was stuck on all fours still. So it's a miracle I even could do what I did. But, it made me think, and I eventually found videos of someone dancing like that, with her tail. Someone like me, you know? I'm lucky enough to have this issue. Lucky enough so that I can still move around a bit on my own. What about the others, like that boy? What would they think after seeing us dance? In my mind ever since I started practicing. Olivia clears her throat and looks at me with a sadness permeating from her moonshade eyes. That's what gave me the idea, but should I have? I feel like somehow I shouldn't have, but I did that because I love you. It confuses me. What do those kids think? Did you ever see them again? She shakes her head. What about anyone else like you? What do they think? I don't know. Wouldn't any of them be happy to have what you have? So many of them can't ever do something like that. I guess, but still. This will sound dumb, but it still feels like I'm somehow betraying something. Or maybe insulting? Oh. I can only dance because I was just able enough to use an appendage just long and strong enough to allow it. I guess I feel like I'm mocking them. I'm the luckiest unlucky person. I get an occasional glimpse at normalcy. I may as well not even be called disabled. I'm such an outlier. I thought you did never want to be. I know. Her face falls and her entire maw trembles. I don't have any answers for her. Could I? She's not some strange exception because of a bunch of crazy variables, and that's not why I love her. She's Olivia, and I love her because she's Olivia. My hands set her tail down on her lap so that they could up one of her cheeks and tilt her head upward. Looking into those beautiful silver irises, my whispered words carry my honest feelings for her to clearly hear. Hey, I got you this because I love you, no other reason. If you don't want to use it in any particular way, no one's making you, alright? The concern in her eyes still exists, but as her lips rise and her eyelids soften, I can see that sorrow subsumed by comforting love. Okay. She leans into my palm and sighs softly. That's a good enough reason. For now. Olivia starts running her hand across her tail's garment. It's pretty. Thanks. It's tailor-made. Just for you. I like it a lot. Thanks. For the gift and caring and being there for me, and Olivia's comments devolve into mumbling affectionate words about me as she pushes herself into my chest, wrapping her arms tightly around my body and her tail around my legs. I love you, Inko. I love you too, Olivia. I draw her even closer with my own arms, burying my face into her hair as I cradle the girl against me. Eventually we'll show off Olivia's newest gift. But for now, she wants to be held. I want to hold her. The final semester and the break and New Year provides a nice start to the end. Let me just save this. Even Ben seemed to be bouncing back. Contrary to his fears, it was business as usual once the break ended. Sure, there was the occasional rumour or whisper, but they were vastly overshadowed. Classes pass and the weather finally starts getting warmer again. Felt like a victory lap compared to how turbulent the first half of the year Olivia in particular decided she'd lived here for too long without exploring much, so she got a new fire in her to see the city inside and out. We got to see it all. Art galleries, grand luxurious malls, underground tunnel systems, the local skate parks, seeing just about everything the city had to offer. We even went back to visit the arcade a few times. And that brings us here. From a public school standpoint, I consider it our final destination. Not the last class or the graduation itself or even the after party Olivia and I skipped to cuddle together at my place. I had something better in mind, something I'd always wanted to do since my folks moved here. And finally, I was able to make a plan and put it into action. Liz's hatchback barrels down the freeway. The trunk is completely packed for the week-long trip ahead of us. Not driving though, the location is shockingly close. Olivia holds my arm close, jittering a bit in anticipation. I'd always heard of this place, but I'd never actually been. I have, once. It was in elementary school, but it was a blast. Did you get to go surfing? No, and I don't plan to. What about you, Inko? You up for hanging 10? Oh god, who said hanging 10 in decades at this point? Maybe, although I'd rather avoid a burial at sea. It actually does scare me a bit. Worse. I mentioned we got to explore everything the city had to offer. That wasn't exactly true. There's one place I've been avoiding having to mention just for the occasion. Something we'd all talked about together and decided to save for the very last. We're getting ever closer as Liv drives into a humongous concrete bridge jutting out across the shore. Our fifth passenger speaks up. I'd actually briefly considered setting up a senior trip down here. Oh, I'm so glad you didn't. I would have resigned from treasurer on the spot. It never would have been filed, yeah, especially with the audit. Everyone shut up, I see it. All of us lean forward to get a glimpse of our destination. Just off the coast of the city, there's an island. You know how the city is called Volcandera Bluffs? Well, I'd seen the bluffs, I just haven't seen the caldera or the vol. The island hosts both. Manu Aki, it's called, and Kawela o Kika Aikailani. That's a mouthful. Being the three volcanoes making up the archipelago. With this lush natural foresty, the island was labelled a national park. Every last plant here grew of its own accord, creating a wild jungle that beautifully engulfs every section of life here. All the way up towards the mountain peak where numerous hiking trails lead to a scenic view of the dormant volcano as well as a panoramic of the island itself. Then there's the small yet bustling town which sits just above the golden sand beaches, where the aquatic dino inhabitants make their real living. So many unique boutiques here, full to bursting with handmade trinkets that perfectly capture the island's community. And then there were a few resorts such as the one we're staying at, nestled at the foothills to give tourists the best views possible. Our connected suites face towards the towering mountain, with our shared balcony providing us a view almost directly to the largest dormant volcano. It was the perfect setup there, not only with the well-padded lawn chairs, but even a built-in grill for Olivia and Damien to fight over. I step out of the shower and start drying off with a towel. All day today we got to see as many sights the island has to offer as we could. True to his word, Damien's top priority was surfing lessons. He'd be down at the shore every day this week for a few hours. Olivia tells me dinos can't get sunburn, but I swear he seemed a little redder this afternoon. Speaking of which, Olivia offered to handle my sunscreen treatment. I don't know which one of us was more eager. Me for avoiding the sun's harsh rays? Or Olivia who looked elated at the idea of being handsy with me? While I feel she did a good job, I feel the need for a sun-based guts tattoo was too much. I knew she was going to do that. I knew she was going to draw something by leaving parts of his skin exposed and the burn represent something. At first we all hung together, checking out the shops and restaurants we wanted to visit. But after Damien ran off on his own, we started to disperse and go our own adventures. Liz found a place that would give her a full neck massage, then became engrossed in the cultural side of the island, taking a foot tour through the history of Manu Ahi. Olivia and I decided to hang out at the Lualu, sampling the bonfire cooked meats while watching a lively fire dance show. There's just one last thing tonight. If you ask me, it's the most important part. Handsy lol, I know. I exit the bathroom in a fresh set of clothes. Outside, the sky is beginning to darken. The sun is right along the edge of the monolithic husk of the volcano. That's why I picked this resort. There's not a better view in the state. Olivia lazes around on one of the large beds. She sips an exotic juice cocktail and flips through a travel magazine. Talk long enough. You sampling every darn soap they got in there? I'm just thorough. If I'd known you'd take half an hour, I would have gone first. It's about time we made up. Taking the spot beside her, I see Olivia's phone resting on her stomach. How'd the call with your dad go? The older Baronix had called just as we got back to our room, which is why I got first dibs on our shower. Wow, pronunciation. Ah. We would have talked for longer if I'd known you wanted to drain all of the hotel's water. He's good though. Said he'd try to come home by summer's end. It'd be awesome, we could have another pool party at Damien's. Anyway, how long till everyone's back? Soon, so I'm gonna go clean up now. Relax, I can wait. Olivia sets herself on the well-cleaned carpet and starts marching to the bathroom. Nah, you go ahead and set up. Hold on. She picks out a soda from the mini fridge and flicks the door shut with her hip. The can's drained and crumpled in seconds, and she gifts me with a piece of litter. Wow, treasure. Yep, I'll come find you guys when I'm done, alright? Sure. The door clicks behind her and I start making preparations. I'll pick up our room's phone and dial the number for room service. A brief phone call later and the order is placed for some pizzas, 3 pepperoni, 1 with anchovies. It's set to deliver to my next destination. I find the mini cooler I'd brought and fill it up with ice and more sodas from the fridge. And lastly is my camera bag and tripod, which I sling over my shoulder. Carrying everything, I step out of the bungalow into the fresh, humid air. There's a huge shared balcony nearby intended for parties and equipped for buffets. To my luck, the whole place is vacant. I make a claim to the tables closest to the edge. From here, the whole town sits in view of us. I notice it's layered from tropical jungle to civilization to beachfront. Across the water, the city is still visible, near enough to remind us we're close to home, but far enough to feel like we're in another world. It's a lot to take in. I let my breath out and inhale deeply. Let's make the most of this while it lasts. Setting the mini cooler down on the floor near the wall, I spend the next few minutes gazing out over the view of the island. It's hard to look away. I'm already getting ideas for where we could go next. I have a task to perform first, and I set my camera and tripod in the ideal location, retrieving my new remote. Hey, there you are! Turning around, I spot Damien approaching me with a quickened pace. I almost flinch until he walks right past me, stopping next to the mini cooler and patting the top of it as he fetches a can of soda. Don't want to rain now. Yeah? Don't think it'll have much to say back, Damien. Everything on its way? I just ordered pizza, it should be here soon. Cool. Liz and Four Eyes number 2 will be out in a sec. Damien drops down on a seat, gnawing the top of the can off and drinking its contents. Dang, this place is something else though, isn't it? Thanks, Inko. No problem. I'm glad we could do something like this. True to Damien's word, Liz strolls out of her bungalow she's sharing with Damien, yawning into her hand. Her head seems to swing around more than usual. Oh, I feel amazing. I can't believe I've never tried acupuncture. Everything's just so effortless. It's crazy. She joins us by the table, continuing to rave about her spa treatment. And they were just so coordinated, like a pit stop crew in a race. They called it the Aikumi Lau treatment. I think that's my species in their native tongue. Neat. Actually, I took Olivia down to little Trudon a while back, and he told us the Japanese word for gator is wani. I think I've heard of that before. But she's a Baronix, isn't she? Ben is the latest to join us. I check back at the window to my bungalow and see Olivia's out of the shower getting ready. That's what she said, but the resemblance is undeniable. Well, absolutely. In elementary school, whenever a teacher did the see you later alligator thing, everyone would point to her. She hated it. Oi, I know you're not telling your own about the dark trauma of my past. Olivia approaches, freshly washed off and carrying quite the payload with her. Jesus, is that all of your art stuff? You know vacations are to get away from work, right? Can it, unless you want to wake up tomorrow with a mustache. She moves the chair from the chair to the table facing the balcony and unfolds a travel easel. Atop it is a plain sketchbook. Olivia procures a small paint palette instead of any pencil. Right away she gets to work, starting with a brilliant red near the top of the page. Don't stare, keep talking. Just going on about our days. I checked out a few of the trails just before I got back. Some beautiful stuff around here, you guys should check it out. Oh ho, hold that thought, heck yeah. He points at an approaching pair of dino ladies carrying large trays. They set them down on the tables, 4 fresh, steaming pizzas. Liz has to hold Damien back from drooling a hole in the table. Olivia, however, has her attention split between her canvas and the fresh food. She shakes her head and goes back to it. You don't even want one? Here. Pick up a slice, careful not to drop it, and bring it over to Olivia's mouth. Once she notices, she opens wide and chomps it in half in one mouthful. Alright, now that's a party. Damien springs for some pizza himself. And once we settle in for real, he gets Liz's attention. Liz, your last year go as you expected? I remember you going on about it just before senior year started. Oh no, not at all. My predictions were way off course. I never would have expected things to turn out like this. I'm glad it did. It's been nuts for everyone. I don't think anyone here is the same person they were before. Except maybe you, Damien. You haven't changed a bit. What about you, Enko? What were you expecting as the new guy? That's a good question. I remember when I first stepped off the metro on the first day of school. I wanted to have lots of friends, most of all. I'd actually never made friends before, not like you guys. Just people I'd known for as long as I was around before I had to move again. So it was my goal to get as many as I could. Yeah, and how'd that go? I didn't know friendship could be so exhausting. So rewarding too. All the trials and tribulations and everything, I think they were all worth it. Because I made friends with all of you. I look to a certain girl who remains silent, but not inattentive as I catch her own eyes staring my way. And more. So I guess to sum it up, it's been an experience I'd never want to give up, Damien. Despite the ups and downs and twists and turns. I certainly would never have guessed the new student would have been such a wrench in the works. Being so tangled up in Olivia, Mia, everyone else. And me. I'm in a bad situation. I'm not anymore. Thinking on it, things were set in motion from day one, huh? Yeah, I'm grateful. Thanks. Yo, Olivia. I'm going around the table and asking for your input one last time. What do you think? She stops brushing and looks at me in the eye before turning all the way with a smile. About the new human student waltzing in and wrecking our ways of life. I'm currently relaxing at a fancy as hell beach resort with some friends. With some of my favourite people. One of which I never thought I'd be friends with again. All thanks to my boyfriend. He looks back to me. Yeah, you did good, soldier. And Damien, I really appreciate the way you're always trying to include me. Damien brushes the back of his head. He's got nothing to say for once. From there, conversation drifts from topic to topic. Liz in particular got a bragging competition with Ben when she talked about the colleges she was applying to, and he rebutted with his own lofty goals. Yeah, Ben has made some good friends and is on the road to recovery. Damien pretended to moderate the whole debate before declaring both of them were eggheads. Olivia joins in sometimes, but for the most part focuses on her little project. Ben busts out a poker set he brought with him, complete with chips. As the sun gets closer and closer to setting, we all enjoy the evening. The sun's nearly set. The rest of the pizza's nearly out, and Ben's run out to get more soda and chips. I look out over the balcony to the city below, forming different plans for what we could do tomorrow. The possibilities are endless, aren't they? Behind me, I hear Liz chuckling to herself as she clacks the poker chips she drained from us into neat stacks. As it would turn out, she has an unbeatable poker face. Match after match, she'd shark the whole table. Wait, what if, when she was stretching her neck, she was... Something tugs at my sleeve. Hey. Yo! Come here. I'm led by the sleeve to another of the lawn chairs where Olivia sits me down. She then takes a moment to look at me, even goes as far as to adjust my legs for some reason. When she seems satisfied with my position, Olivia lifts herself right onto my lap with the use of her arms and tail, wiggling herself around until her back is pressed firmly against my chest. Whoa, what's this all about? Her tail wraps around my waist, securing herself to me. Finishing touches. Look. She points to the propped up easel. Finally, I can see what she was working on. It's impressive how she managed to draw our villa. She'd been working on this for some time, and the piece looks complete already. I start to ask what she means by finishing touches when she places the brush into my hand. Ingo, help me finish it. Her voice is soft and inviting, and her hand covers mine gently. How could I even consider resisting? Magnifique. Yeah? What? No, keep going. Alright. When she said keep going, I start to feel her hand guiding my gentle strokes. Slowly the beautiful painting reaches completion. All the while, Olivia and I bask in each other's hold. My chin rests atop her hair as she tries to concentrate, and her tail slithers and coils around my waist, keeping me as close to her as possible. Sadly, we're losing sunlight and the painting won't be able to dry overnight with how humid it is. It looks fantastic, Olivia. I know. I just want to keep going, though. In the morning, then, okay? She grumbles to herself, but I feel her head nod. I try to move my legs, only for her tail to constrict just a bit too tight for comfort. Stay. What about... Stay. Already she's placed her palette and brush aside, leaning back heavily against me. I'll stay, but the painting should be put up. The Gator. This Gator says later. Right now, we cuddle. That could be the tagline for the entire game. Is there any pizza left? Yeah, we saved some, since we didn't want to interrupt your moment. Shut up, I'm allowed to have this. Liz giggles into her hand and nods. A pizza pan is brought over and a circle is formed around it. Olivia basks in the delicious taste, chomping down at the last slice with a wide smile. I nearly bump something off the table. It's Olivia's sketchbook. Hey, Olivia. Remember back on the second day of school we played that drawing game in Miss Brooklyn's class? Yeah? I think that was the first big thing to draw us together. I think you're right. What was? There's this game the other students would play, passing around a note and doodling on it together. Oh, that. I never got to participate, I'd just keep passing it along. I'd always draw a dick. I kinda want to do it again. Like a little send-off to our year at St. Hammond's. You're corny. Nevertheless, she picks up the sketchbook and passes it to me. Yeah, I want to draw what I'll remember the year the most by. Geez, there's just too much to pick from. Let me start then. Hand it over this way. Sure. Ben gets the pad and starts carefully scribbling something down. In the meantime, Liz pipes up. So, any plans yet? She looks towards Olivia just as she finishes the final slice. Well, Ben here insists I should at least get some fancy diploma or other, just for the sake of it. So probably one of the nearby schools here, just for a bit. I meant for tomorrow. I could help you find one if you want. Already got a couple of acceptance letters. Actually, I've got one too. Wasn't anything really amazing, truthfully. At least I won't have to worry about student debt thanks to my parents offering to foot the bill. Ben passes the sketchbook to Damien. No dicks. I know, jeez. What about you, Ben? You going straight to school after the summer? Well... He hums to himself as he stares off into the distance. He was thinking of taking a few months off. A close friend had a vacancy in their backpacking trip starting next month. And she said it would be good for me. I figured I'd consider my future after I've seen more of the world. Oh, Linara. That was one of that was one of Mia's cronies. Okay. Mia's cronies, sorry. Okay. Sounds romantic, dude. Should I tell Linara how you feel during it, man? Damien. He grins and points finger guns at Ben. Oh man, all of you guys are going right back to school. I'm just going to go find a job or something. Oh no, not without some help, Damien. Knowing you'd end up working as some sign spinner or something. Hey, sign spinning looks fun. Liz finally gives Olivia the sketchbook. From my angle here, I see it's really filling up. No peeking. Bleh. She makes quick work of her sketch, and finally the circle is complete when I get the sketchbook back. Pick something good to finish it off, right? Oh, look at that. So that'll be the arcade, that'll be them taking photos together. Olivia's there. The page is like a little scrapbook of our time at St. Hammond. Ben had drawn our brief gig as Latigan's apprentices for that wedding. Damien tried his best to depict in the arcade trip. Liz chose to depict her dance with Damien. I knew it was going to come up eventually. Olivia in turn drew our dance alongside it. Boy, do I have some competition here. Alright. One last drawing, let's see. Oh god, I have to draw it. Oh no! Oh dear. I'm not an artist. How is this going to work? Okay. Oh, this is horrifying. I was going to try and draw the happy couple, but yeah, that's awful. And it should be a chair with the wheels. This is utterly horrible. Alright, that's the best I can achieve. So, yeah, feel free to judge very harshly. I am not an artist by any means. And one final one. My drawing joins the rest, and I look over the whole thing once more. Cute. I think you've gotten just a little better. I want to keep this one. It's all yours. We keep talking about our senior year and what comes next for some time. Finally the sun has set and the moon has risen. framing the balcony perfectly for what I was waiting for. It's ink, I probably can't draw anyways. True. I do appreciate that. I'm actually tempted to download that image and put it on Twitter so I can get roasted, because, oh, that's horrible. But we'll see. I motioned to Olivia as she'd finally let me stand, which she reluctantly does. Standing and stretching, I feel the pins and needles in my legs slowly fade as I walk to the corner of the balcony. Old reliable. I must have taken hundreds of pictures with this old bad boy. None of them seemed to have noticed it was here, thankfully, as I looked again for the chattering group on the balcony. My friends. Somehow I think this picture will mark the precise end of one point in our lives and the start of another. That's what all pictures do. I make a quick work setting everything up just right. The angle, the settings, everything. Yep, it's time. Hey everyone. Heads turn. Olivia rolls her eyes but smiles, seeing I'm up to old tricks. I see where this is going. Alright, just one. Thanks, I got a feeling this is going to be a keeper. Damien adjusts his seating to bring Liz closer to him. The focus, f-stop and ISO are all ideal. No worries for motion blur or anything. I quickly go to sit right by Olivia again, embracing her in a similar way. How do we know when it's done? It's not on a timer, I got a switch here. Oh, on cheese? Sure. Actually, better yet, I just thought of something, just for Olivia. Huh? We were talking about this earlier. I tell them what I'd thought up. Olivia's brow furrows defiantly. It's lame, please don't. Camera. Blech. Just this one time, alright? You got it. Everyone ready? Once more I'm enveloped in Olivia's arms and tail, and I can feel her joy and annoyance radiate from her more brilliantly than the last rays of sunlight. All eyes look to my DSLR camera in the corner, smiles adorning faces from the prospect of this moment being immortalized forever. Here's to the future, yeah? And to good fortunes to come. And good friends we've all made. It's just a picture, don't make it weird. I think it's a bit more than that. 3, 2, 1. I want to hug that gator. There we go. Alright, as far as I know, that's ending 4 of 4, so that's mission achieved. Inca and Olivia, haven't seen them in a while. I barely even have time for myself between studying and whatnot. So maybe I should have taken a break. It'd be nice to take my whatnot on a double date. Oh, Ben's moved on. I'll be down the city again soon. I think I'll call them now to arrange something. You can tell this game has its origins in 4chan. Those two? They're doing great, thanks for asking. How am I doing? I'm glad you asked. I finally found a career path that really speaks to me. Starting next week, I'm not going to be Damien any longer. My new name will be Rory the Reading Raptor. What? Later, Gator. That would make sense. Hello? Oh, it's you. Inca and Olivia? They've moved. They're still a short drive away, just the town over while Olivia's in college. I think Inco said he found an internship. It's a little annoying having to drive the extra distance, but her stuff is really flying off the shelves these days at my store, and Damien loves coming along to catch up. Now for the tea. Oh, absolutely. Oh, that's Lunara. That's Ben's new thing. Hey girl, I haven't seen you in forever. Like, when was the last time? It was just before that school dance thing. Oh, why did we even hang around that bitch? I always hated her. She was just a different person before. So, do you got the designs I asked for? You know it. I'll make tribal garbs be the next huge thing to take off. Trust me. Excellent. Yeah, so in this case, Mia was the villain the whole time. Damien's so cute. Nito and Halford. Those names will stick with me, for better or worse. Mostly for the stress they cause me. It's like they were magnets for trouble, always right in the front of the auditor. But I am keeping an eye on their careers. They may be visiting again sooner than I expect. Nutbuster Anon. Inky and Olivia? I don't watch cooking shows. There were students here, Solly. Oh, the monkey boy. I'm proud of him. He's a good soldier, and I wish him luck in his cooking thing. Wait, why is Inko in his underwear there? Ah, little Inko. I feel in a world where everyone was constantly giving him advice. I was the only one listening to his at times. I'm grateful for him, truly. I've never felt closer to the youth of today. Although after that head slide I pulled, my back was killing me for ages. It was nice to feel young again. I hope the young love those two share blossoms into something truly beautiful. I think as much about Mia lying to cover us didn't seem out of character. Really dumb she blackmailed Ben with his own medication. Yeah, that's just stupid. I thought she was smarter than that. Oh, those two. They came to visit just last week. Guess they miss my cooking too much. It was so nice to see them again, especially since we only have Vinny with us in the house now. I do miss those times when the house was more hectic, as surprising as that sounds. They're their own people now, but our little nest is always open for them. Inky and Livy? Yeah, they came by not too long ago. We spent the whole morning just playing video games. And after that, Inky tried to play street hockey with me. It was so much fun, he looked like he's really happy, even after I accidentally hit him with a slap shot. Even Olivia agreed that he had fun, but he was too tired and needed to take a nap because he was getting old. It's been like a year or something, he's not that old. Yeah, the music in this game is awesome. So, you and that Psycho Ben guy. I never took you for that type. Don't call him that, you skank. You know I love you, girl. I don't mean nothing by it. You found someone too, I see. Oh, yeah, he's just my type. He plays video games, he doesn't shower, and he moderates online forums. Oh, it's this dude. Damn. Well, everyone's a winner. Except Mia. Inko. Oh, he was one of Trent's assistants at my wedding. Hasn't been that long, honestly. We wish we could see him at Trent's services, lend an ear to him and all. Send our regards his way. I may have a request for him soon. We just found out that we're going to have a kid, so we definitely need some high quality photos on that day. A human and a Baronix. Oh, so in ending 3, Inko and the Baronix go on a date in this park area and they run into Ranger Ted at the end. That's why he's popping up here, even though we've never seen him till now. A human and a Baronix. That does ring a bell, yes. They visit the park more than once. What a nice couple. They help clean up the litter around a few of the picnic sites. It gives me hope to see there's still people like that. I hope they're doing fine. Alright, in ending 3, there's a scene where instead of going to that Japanese restaurant, Inko and Olivia go to this other sort of European themed place and there's a fire dancing show. That's where she comes from, this character here. So she's part of a group of fire breathing dancers and her grandfather retires and she takes over. My grandfather as well. While he says he's retired, he still goes out of his way to teach the children our family traditions. That old man, I swear. He should be enjoying his retirement and step away from the fires. Couldn't imagine a show without him trying to hide in the audience, as if we wouldn't notice him. I just hope he is well enough once we take our show on the road. The Ashtail's next stage is somewhere just beyond the horizon after all. Welcome, my friend. Are you here for the usual? Well, I've been practicing a new technique. After all, as an artist, must always challenge their skill, so must a chef and showman work to expand their repertoire. Do be mindful, though, that you should lean back. Last friend is still missing his eyebrows. Oh. There's Mia again. Looks like she's back in town. Never heard of him. You got the wrong person. Now scram. Busy trying to get certified as a real mechanic. I ain't got time to reminisce about randos. If I know them or not. Okay. Makes sense she'd go. Okay. Maybe I did. A long time ago, but not anymore. Not anymore. Are we even in the right aisle? Oh god. This is my artwork that I drew. Oh no! Ending 4 of 4. We did it. Mission accomplished. Cool. Alrighty then. Well, I'm chuffed about that. That was the goal. It took a lot longer than I thought it would, but basically reached the end. Oh, excuse me. Anyway, let me put that there, let me put that there, let me put that there. Alrighty then, I am going to wrap things up for now. We got the ending that I wanted. It was a fantastic ending. I'm feeling all warm and mushy inside, which is rare because I never feel that way. But I guess the usual outro is required. So first and foremost, thanks for everyone who popped in to catch the stream. Really do appreciate it as always. And thanks for anyone who watches the VOD later. Hope everyone has a good day, afternoon, evening, or what have you, depending on your time zones and whenever you see this. And yeah, oh, special thanks to Ewan and Sailor. Really appreciate you guys hanging out for so long. You've been awesome. And yeah, Thanks so much, and I'll catch you in the next one. Bye.